If you can hear me, just say hi. So today we are going through the global or international stock trading. That is buying shares from global markets, akina Nasdaq, New York Exchange, among other global markets. Then at the end, we'll do a recap of yesterday's training for those who didn't manage to join. I've already posted the video. Apparently, there was an issue yesterday with Teams. Apologies for that. I actually didn't notice. So we'll cover that. Then we come to Q&A. And the way I'd like us to have Q&A, for those who may be unable to unmute when we come to Q&A, you can put your question on the chat. For those who may want to unmute, I will also give you at the end a chance now to unmute your microphone. And I would like us to be a bit organized like yesterday. I think going forward, if you organize today, then going forward, it will be audio, and also for those who want to type on the chat, they can type. Let me first pick the link to the new group. The other one has already filled. Don't join the new group if you're already on the other one. This is for pure discussion. So for those who may want to join, if you have not joined the group, you can join there, and also YouTube channel. So I think we can go straight into presentation today. Don't be worried about data, and it helps me know how long we have been training. I think for international stocks, this is the 10th training. But again, being the 10th, we are starting again from the beginner perspective. Somebody who doesn't know global markets. Also for NSE, for somebody who doesn't know global markets. My name's Peter Chege Mogo. I work with the IB Axis. Let me first put camera on briefly. Just briefly for those who may want to. So my name's Peter Chege. I work with AIB Access Africa. We are stockbroker at NSE. And as I've said before, these trainings are not affiliated with any broker. So be comfortable working with whichever broker you feel comfortable with for NSE. I wouldn't advise you to move, and maybe you could have other issues with the brokerage I work with. And they are free trainings, always come with a thread. I would like as many people as possible to understand NSE, global markets. Tomorrow you'll be doing government boards, that is treasury bills, treasury boards, and also corporate boards, and how to open a CBK CDSE account. That is using CSD.do platform. And if time allows, we'll also see how you can bid, if there will be any open bids, if you're able to get approval the same day. Today, we go through global markets. We will see the platforms you can use, that is interactive brokers and the onboarding process. Then we go to scope markets, Kenya. For those who may want to deal with a local company. There are those who could be accessing from outside the country. If you're accessing from the outside the country, I would advise you go with interactive broker. If you decide to go with scope markets, use VPN. Always use VPN. They might limit access because of capital gains tax. They don't like exposing their company, the local company, to international tax rules and obligations. So if you're in Kenya, you have both options. Scope market, if you want an easier way of funding through M-Pesa, or you can also go through interactive brokers, which you can fund through your bank. Or there is a shortcut of using M-Pesa. That one we'll do next week. I want to first confirm it fully works, the whole process, in terms of even crediting your account. For bank, it is an easier process. So that's what we'll be going through today. Then we go through platforms that you use for research. One of them being stockanalysis.com, then tradeview.com. There is Yahoo Finance. And there is also another one that I'll tell you when we reach to it. which can help you get undervalued stocks. I wish we could have such sites in NSE. It would make your work easy. Yes, there is a site you can use to get undervalued stocks. Undervalued means shares that you can easily buy at a lower price, then later sell at a high price. It makes your investment work in global markets very easy. So that's what we'll be going through. For those who are joining, we have not started. I was just giving a brief of where I work. Again, I work with the IB Access Africa, stockbroker at NSE. We also introduced international markets, but you won't see me talk about it right now here because they have a minimum. We don't want to get into where we have a minimum. That's why we are starting with interactive brokers and scope markets. For AIB will come when we finish integrating on the digital platform. With that, allow me to turn off the camera so that there is no latency. And once again, welcome. I've left the link to WhatsApp group for those who have not joined community. And if you're in the other WhatsApp community, the first one, My Wealth Guide KE, kindly don't join this one. It's already full, that's why I've created a new one. And with that, just show me, don't type on the chat, just show me again with emojis so that I know you can hear me. Okay, thank you. And for those who missed yesterday's session, after global, we are going to NSE introduction. Then after that, we go to Q&A. I'll go through the charts. And at the end, I will also allow you unmute your mic so that we can also have one-on-one. So let's begin. So today it's global markets for beginners. Whether you have been investing or not, it's a session for you. So that we move from somebody who doesn't know how to invest, from somebody who doesn't have any information on global markets, to somebody who can place the order on or on her own. So that you're able to buy shares confidently, make money, because we are in the market to make money, and invest for future. So let's start. So those are the trainings, how they are structured. So I'll be bringing more products for free. So tomorrow we are doing boards. That is treasury bills, treasury boards, and corporate boards. It will be in the afternoon around 2 to 2:30 there for just 2 hours, because boards there is not much we can do without the platform. We just go through the introduction, account opening, and how you trade on primary market, that is bidding, and also secondary market through a broker. Then next week now we'll be having NSE with one product, international market with one product, boards with one product, until we cover all these products, so that at least you have various ways you can invest your money and grow your future. And all these trainings will be absolutely free, recorded videos on YouTube and also on my TikTok, My Wealth Guide KE. It has a logo J, which is red in color. So let's start with the introduction of what international stocks are. In yesterday's training, we said when you buy shares at NSE, you are becoming a shareholder of a company. We'll see that at the end. So when you buy shares in Safaricom, you are becoming part owner of that company. Again, when you go to international market, when you buy shares, you become a part owner of that company. So international stocks are shares of companies listed outside now Kenya. That's why I've put home country. Shares that are not trading at NSE, but you get them outside Kenya. In this case, we are targeting US, UK, China, and also Japan, and other markets that may be available on the two trading platforms that we'll be covering. Like a good example, you can buy Apple, Tesla, Alibaba, Coca-Cola, Google, and Alphabet. In the market, it's called Alphabet. That is Google. And other many more stocks, shares. These shares trade on global exchange like Nasdaq in US. Then there is a New York Stock Exchange, and others within the global or outside the world. So these are shares, companies listed in an exchange, that is a stock market, where you as the investor, you open an account, you fund. Once you fund, you buy shares. Now, different from NSE. Remember NSE yesterday we said we have you as the investor, we have the broker, we have NSE who provide the trading platform, we have CDSE who hold your shares, and you have the listed company. Now in global markets, you have you as the investor, you have the broker, you have now the stock exchange, which could be Nasdaq, New York Stock Exchange, or the others. Then you have the broker again playing the role of CDSE. So broker is also a custodian. They are the ones who hold your share. So in global markets, you don't have CDSE. The broker is also the CDSE. That's why you find in global markets, they're able to do T+1, T+2. Contrary to what we have on our side, and also that length the process of buying and selling shares, because the broker is also the custodian. If they are not the custodian, then they work with a global custodian. So like a CDSE, but not a centralized where all the brokers connect. Each broker, they have their own custodian, who could be the broker itself, or they have worked with another, either a global bank or a custodian, who hold your shares in your name. Now, for the local companies which give you international stocks, and local companies here, we are talking about Akinadovu and the rest, you find they go through another broker. That is, most of them, they either connect through Interactive Broker, or they connect through Scope Prime. Scope Kenya, they are part of Rostro Group. They have their own brokerage outside there with a broker called Scope Prime. You find them in their website. I think they call themselves Deep Primer. The Scope Kenya is part of that. So when you buy from Scope Kenya, you're actually connecting to Deep Prime, which connects to all those markets. If you're buying from the other product companies, they either connect through Scope Market Kenya under their global wing, given the APIs they integrate, or they connect through the APIs of Interactive Broker. So I hope that is clear. So all other products you see here, all other brokers you see here, either they connect through Interactive Broker through the APIs or through Scope Primer. It's the simple analogy. So when they tell you who you are buying shares from the market, always try and search who is the counterparty they are working with, because that dictates even the cost you incur. Even if they tell you there is no cost, as long as you're not connecting to the exchange directly, you could either be buying from their books, either they buy shares, they sell to you at a profit. They make money out of that profit. So why would they charge you commission? So when you see a broker telling you zero commission, always check who they are connecting with. They could be buying shares, then you're buying from their own book. Yes, the prices are from the market, but you're not trading directly from the market. And you can always tell when you submit the order how long it takes for that order to update. So that's just a simple introduction to global or international stocks. Buying shares of companies that are listed outside NSE Kenya. And when you buy those shares, you become a part owner of that company, because you are buying physical shares, whether they are fractional or full shares, as long as it's not CFDs, contract for difference. Contract for difference is where you are speculating on price movement of a share. You don't own that share. So you're not buying the actual share. You are buying a unit of that share to speculate in price movement. You don't own that share. And that's what you find in Kenya most of the brokers offer. That's why you need to be very careful. That's why I'm working with Interactive Broker and Scope Market Kenya, because those ones I know they are giving you straight from the market shares, physical shares. They also have CFDs. And when you're opening account, always make sure it's for physical shares, because that's what we are dealing with, not CFDs. So then how do global investing work? First of all, you open an account with a global broker, like Interactive Broker or Scope Kenya. If you want to deal with a local provider, you submit your KYC, account is approved. Now, the difference between Interactive Broker and Scope Market, Interactive Brokers, you have to fund through your bank in USD. If you have to use M-Pesa, you have to use a third party, that is Wise. Then while from Wise, you fund your Interactive Brokers account in USD. You purely fund with USD. Withdraw is the same. Either you withdraw back to your bank account or to your M-Pesa through Wise. And you don't need a USD account. You can even transfer from a Kenya shillings to a USD account. Only that you need to confirm with your bank the SWIFT charges and if there is any conversion, no? So that you don't lose, because banks, they also make money through conversion by selling EU dollars at a lower price than the current, at a higher price than the current rate. If you're going through Scope Kenya, you have both bank and M-Pesa. Now, the only difference is when you are withdrawing back. Interactive Broker, you have an advantage, as you see later. When you're withdrawing back, remember you're withdrawing from USD to Kenya shillings. Meaning, if then the dollar have gone up from, let's say, 130 to 150, then you're making money also through dollar conversion. What about Scope Kenya? Remember, you're withdrawing Kenya shillings. They'll just be converting for you on lead time. So it's a choice between the gains you make against what each broker provides. In terms of funding your accounts, you can fund from Kenya shillings to USD. If you have a USD, you can do USD to USD. You only need to confirm with your bank which is the cheapest. If there is no SWIFT charge from USD to USD, then be happy to open that account if you still want to invest in international markets. However, it's not a must to open a USD. You can use your Kenya shillings, but be aware of the SWIFT charges. Then here you buy now stocks, ETFs, and other assets globally, like silver, gold, and the rest. You can easily buy without physically owning that gold, that silver. The same way you buy GLD at NSE is the same way you buy all these products from international markets. And they are listed in the same screen you are buying shares. That's where you find them. There is no separate screen. There is no separate way of buying. It's the same order entry screen. Number of unit you need, price, whether you want it limit or market, and other settings you submit. You meet the price of a seller, money exchanges has, then the asset changes ads from the person who have it to you, and you pay for it. Just the same way NSE works. It's not any different. So then how do you make money? The most common way of making money in international markets is price growth, capital gains. In Kenya, we don't have a capital gains tax, so you are not subjected to that. So that's why going through Scope Markets or Interactive Broker, both ways you are not charged you're not levied in a tax. Then there is dividend. Dividend for companies that declare dividend. They make profit, they share that profit with you without you selling shares. In NSE, that dividend is sent to you directly. In global markets, it is posted in your trading account. You can decide to buy more shares or withdraw. So those are two ways. Price growth, capital gains, where you buy low, sell high. Dividends, a company does well, reports profit, pays in part of that profit to you per share. So you multiply by the number of shares you have, It's posted in your trading account. You can decide to withdraw or buy more shares. However, the dividend in international markets are very small and also subjected to withholding tax of 30% in dollar. So you may find in international markets, even if you're buying shares that give dividend, here you don't hold the long term. Here you play with price movement. Unlike in NSE where you hold long term. Secondly, this is not a market where you can transfer to your beneficiary. It's not that easy. You have to prove relationship. So when you're investing in global markets, there you are purely going for capital gains. However, if the company gives profit and you have not sold, it will still be posted in your account. So you target high growth companies which can give you returns. A good example is NVIDIA. NVIDIA can do even a $20 gain in just one day. Price movement. It's the most volatile stock in the global market. Remember, in the US market, they don't have 10% rule. What they do, the price keeps on moving. If there is a spillage and prices drop so fast, they fast forward trading for NVIDIA for just 10 minutes to cool down the market, then prices stabilize. After that, already the queues have formed, resistance and support. We talked about that yesterday. Resistance is where there is a very huge quantity above the current price such that price can break above that price, and support where there is a very just below the current price, there is a very huge quantity that prevents the price from further dropping. And again, market now starts to play with demand and supply. So that's how they control the prices. Hold the market for a few minutes, get the orders in. They make sure there is resistance at the top and support at the bottom. Prices no longer now fall down, and you find now the market stabilizes. They also have the assets they will say you give 5%. It doesn't fall by 5%, depending on the price weight. So that's how global markets work. It's different from NSE. So then why do you diversify beyond NSE? First of all, you access global giants. Here you're not dealing with a company that can be closed tomorrow. A company that can be suspended in a time, a company where people are just purely speculating and you're not able to sell. Here you're dealing with global brands, companies that are known worldwide, companies that are performing well. So you are not only now dealing with NSE stocks, you're exposed now to many stocks. It is you now to make decision, which one do I buy? Which one do, if I have it in portfolio, I've made profit. If I sell, which other one do I buy from? It also reduces the risk of spreading investment across countries. It reduces risk by spreading now your investment across countries. You're not just limited to one country. You have US, you have China, you have Japan, you have other markets. So that if one market is affected, you still have another market that is still supporting your shares. Then you hedge against Kenya shillings currency risks. Like now, let's take an example. That's why I said there is, apart from these two ways, there is also an extra way you can make money. If you're buying share right now, dollar is around 128 to around 130. It has been around that price. If you transfer the money right now, and you continue buying shares without drawing back, when the dollar goes up to around 150, and your price, let's say you have made some good capital gains, you are selling at a profit, then withdraw from your USD to Kenya shilling. Again, there is that dollar. You bought at 130, you are converting at 150, around $20 per dollar. So you are gaining 20 shillings per dollar. What if you have around let's say $1,000? That's 20,000 pure gain without selling any share or hustling, just by playing with the dollar. Even if you sold maybe at a loss, that dollar conversion takes care of those losses. Then you tap into faster growing sectors. It's not like Kenya where you find there is slow growth. Here you're dealing with tech companies, like in NVIDIA. Everybody knows what NVIDIA develops. It develops parts for laptop. Most of the laptops, if you look at your laptop, you may find it has a graphics card for NVIDIA and other products. You also invest in AI companies. These days, everything is AI. Meaning what? Any company which is in AI sector is doing well. And also global brands which are known and which sell their products across the world, making huge profits. Because you want to invest in a company that is making profits and which can guarantee capital growth. So if you find NSE market is slow, then move to global markets. Like now, there is war in Iran and US and Israel. That is the war that is in Iran. It affected global markets in US. Prices went down. This is the right time to get in. When things cool down and market rebounds, you'll be selling at a profit. We come to ETFs. So shares is where you're buying individual stocks, companies, NVIDIA, Google, Meta. You have them in your portfolio. Now ETFs, they are for global exposure. ETFs are exchange traded funds. So here, a fund provider like Vanguard, they will take tech stocks, NVIDIA, Google, Meta, they package them into one unit. So you buy one unit of, let's say they call it VW or SPY. So when you buy SPY, you are buying many stocks within that ETF. Small units of each, but then you are buying as just one unit of SPY. An analogy, if you go to the market and you are buying fruits, you can decide to buy each fruit at a time. Or there's somebody who have packaged them such that you're just buying a basket full of different fruits. That's what now ETFs are. That basket with different fruits. You're buying one basket but has so many fruits. It's the same thing with ETF. It is a basket of many stocks. You own different units of each, depending on the weight of each stock in that ETF. And you trade them just like shares. You just go and put SPY, one unit, maybe $500, and submit the order. It will execute the same way you buy shares. There is no difference in buying shares and ETFs. The only difference is the makeup. Shares here you are buying individual companies. ETFs, many companies in one basket, you buy as one unit. You can buy 10 units of that, 100 units of that, depending on the amount you have in your account. Like S&P 500 ETF, it will give you exposure to top 500 US companies. We have VWO and also SPY. They are part of, they are some of the ETFs that have been created from S&P 500 index. Then we have Vanguard Group. They have their own ETF that tracks the entire market. We'll see them in stockanalysis.com. Stockanalysis.com, you have all these and also other sites. So the benefits of having an ETF, first of all, instant diversification. You are buying so many companies just with one order. If you buy one unit of SPY, you have all the 500 top 500 US companies in your portfolio. But you only see now the SPY, you won't see the makeup. But if you go to sites like stockanalysis.com, you open SPY, you see now the stocks that you have invested using that ETF. Secondary, low risk compared to single stocks. So what happens is a fund provider like Vanguard will create their own ETF, add stocks, give each weight. They'll keep on tracking those stocks, how they are performing. If the index that ETF is tracking goes down, it means there is a stock inside there that has dropped significantly. They'll come and check which stock it is it. They will remove that and replace with another one. Then the index starts to perform well. Meaning what? Using ETFs, it's hardly you lose your money. Yes, you can lose if you sell at a loss, but not compared to single stock. If a stock drops, it drops on its own. You have to wait for the price to go up. Remember what we said yesterday. Unless you sell, that's when you realize losses. When you sell, you realize the losses. If you don't sell, prices will rebound and come back. We'll see NSE introduction after I'm done with global markets. Then they are beginner friendly. You don't have to keep on struggling, analyzing individual companies, no. You just go and check the performance of that ETF. You decide, because it also has its own price. You can see the prices. If price is low, you just buy. When it goes up, you can sell. The ETFs which also give dividend, because the stocks within them, they are dividend stocks. So when they pay, they distribute. The ETFs which don't pay. Why? They use that money to even create more and also manage that ETF. They also have low costs. It's not like shares. Though in terms of commissions is the same. But because of averaging, you find the prices are a bit lower. It's not the same way you'd buy individual stocks. If you're buying individual stocks, remember, there are those that you buy at a high price, there are those you buy at a lower price. ETFs, they do the averaging, and you buy at the average of the individual stocks within it. So that's a brief introduction to ETFs and ETFs and single stocks. Now we come to research tools. So now you have known how to get into the market. You know what to buy, ETF and single stocks. You know you can do it with Interactive Broker, or you can do with Scope Markets Kenya. Though also the others you can work with, but you need to know what they are giving you. The next thing is, which shares do I buy? You need to have some research tools, which helps you in researching companies and finding opportunities. Remember, here it is opportunities. We said in this screen, you are targeting price growth, capital gains, buy low, sell high. Here we are not dealing with dividends a lot. Dividends are very small in dollars. Remember, you are paying higher to gain maybe a few dollars in dividend. Remember, they cut 30%. So the most common way is price growth. Then how do you achieve that? You have to find opportunities by using good research tools. I'll go briefly through each. Then we'll open each at a time. We see what they are and what they offer. Then in the next training, now we should be starting to dig deeper in terms of analysis. But I'll show you one site which I would want you to use to identify, if you're already trading in international markets, to identify those opportunities. So we start with the first one, TradeView.com. This is more of a chart and technical analysis. TradeView is purely charts and technical analysis. It helps you track price movement, trades, and indicators. It also helps you identify entry and exit point. That is, what price do I enter with and which price do I exit with? It's a bit technical. These I would prefer, it's not mostly for beginners. It's for somebody who wants to do technical analysis. We'll come to it next Saturday or Sunday, depending on when I'll schedule international markets. Now, when you're buying shares, there are different graphs in the market. You only need one, a line graph. Never try to use candlesticks for shares. Candlesticks is for Forex. Share movement, you don't need to do a lot of technical analysis. That leave it to CFDs and Forex. For shares, just use charts, line graph, so that you can see price movement. Let me connect to tradeview.com. Just briefly, I show you how it works. You don't need to create any account. Tradeview.com. I'm sharing the link on the chat. And they have an app. They have an app which you can download on your mobile. That is the link for the tradeview.com. Let me share that screen. We won't go into details. I just go through briefly what it is. So you have the screen. You only need to, as you can see, they also have an app. So let's go to live stream. Sorry. Tradeview.com. I don't want to install the app. Let me see if we can get the web version. I'm just connecting. Let me get the one for shares. The one that is connecting is for Forex. I need the one for shares. Let me share that link. Just copying the link. Let me see whether it is the same one. There is one for Forex. Don't use the one for Forex. Let me share the one for shares. Is it the same one? Delete this. Connect with that. Let me share that screen. You don't need to create any account. So I won't log in. Let me close that. You can even see the markets. So from the top, you can search the stock that you are looking for, the product. So if you notice the area link only had Forex and crypto. The one that I've shared, if you go to, I've just clicked, let me click again. You click on the search. Let me zoom in where there is that search box. When you click on it, it gives you now the pop-up. Hopefully you can see it. Let me share full screen. Possibly you can't see the pop-up. Let me share the entire screen. So if you click on the search box, it should give you that pop-up. It has stocks, it has funds, it has futures, that is derivatives, it has Forex, crypto, indices, boards, economy and options. That's for international market. If I want to see like NVIDIA, I'll just type where they search NVIDIA. We just populate. I only need to click on it. Wait for the graph to open. As you can see, it opens, it defaults to candlestick. As a beginner, you don't want that type of the graph. You need the line graph. So you go to the side. You can always customize this to just the line graph. Let me see what it is. Don't try to use a candlestick because it might be too technical for you. At the top where there is indicators, you can always change from technical and the rest. I don't want to go to into details right now. I only need to change the graph where there is let me zoom these out so that you can see. Sorry. I'm not sure whether you can see where there is a candlestick just next to the indicator. Here. You just click on it, then you change this to line graph. That's what you need. Let me zoom back. You need the line graph. Let me click outside. So you need this kind of line graph to see how it has performed. If you use candlestick, that's more of a technical analysis. You don't want to go, as a beginner, you don't want to go into deep analysis. Because what you need to know is the highest it has ever gone, around $206, and the current price around 186, and the lowest around 172. So that you know, is this a share I can buy and make money out of it? Like now at 186, if the war ends and the share rebounds back and it goes to 200, if you bought at 186, you have already made your $40. And you can, at the bottom, there is the date range from 1 day, 5 day, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, year to date, then 5 years, or even or. This is a share that was listed, I think, is it around, let me see. Doesn't show the date, so it has not been in the market for long, but you can see it is a share that I've done. Let's go to just year to date, 6 months, around 210. It has ever reached 210. So if you're buying at the current price of around 170s, 180s, you have a price difference of around, say, $40 in gain if it goes back to that price. And you can see it's a very volatile stock. So that is tradeanalysis.com, tradeview.com. Sorry. You can use it now to do technical analysis. I don't want to go through all this because today I want us to just get a brief introduction. But there is one that I go into details. So tradeview.com, just view the prices. If you want to do technical analysis, you have all the indicators here which you can put. All these. That is if you are detailed as an analyst. We'll come to all these in the next training. Fundamentals, they are there. So let's move to the next one. I don't want to go into details of how to use tradeview.com. We'll come to it next, either Saturday or Sunday, in details. So the next site is Yahoo Finance. Yahoo Finance, here you are looking for company data and news. So you have identified a share that you want to buy, like NVIDIA. You want to know what is happening to NVIDIA. The next step is to go to Yahoo Finance. Let me open that. Yes, it is a simple site, but I don't want to assume everybody knows Yahoo Finance. I will share the link. You can play around with this. Don't create any account. You don't need to create any account. Let me copy the link. I'm just copying the link, then I share. You can copy all these links. And for those who are joining, we have not moved a lot. I just did an introduction to shares and ETFs. Shares is where you are buying physical stocks from the market, the same way you buy shares at NSE. ETFs is where you are buying a grouped number of stocks as one unit. I will show you in stockanalysis.com. So yeah, we have done tradeview.com. As a beginner, try to use line graph. Don't try to use candlestick. They will scare you. Candlesticks usually if you are doing forex. So let me share that screen for Yahoo Finance. Again, a very simple site. Very simple. You have news, what is happening in the markets. You can even go to the stocks most active. Just a summary. But then, if you can search here, let's say we want to buy NVIDIA. You have identified NVIDIA as one of the stocks you want to buy. You can just click on it. It has all the news. What is happening to that company in terms of prices. Then below you have the news, the recent news. This is what you need to concentrate on. Here you look for what innovations are they looking to do next. What is happening to the management? Could they be having issues? Could they be having things that can move prices? You also have earnings call when they will be reporting, given the transcripts, to see if these companies are making profits. Remember in tradeview.com, yes, you see the financials. Stockanalysis.com, you come and see financials, but you may want to see even what did they say in there when they were reporting their results. Press release, what have they said on press? Just to see if there is anything that is affecting company negatively or positively. Whether there is any trigger which can make the prices go up or down. Because you don't want to move from TradeView. You have seen, yes, the prices, and you have identified your entry point. Then you come and find NVIDIA is actually being sold. You see, at that point, then you'll be getting into uncertainty. Like what happened with Unilever. You buy shares, you have the shares of Unilever, then after some time it is sold. The same way NCBA is being sold. Then you find you are reallocated shares. If you find now those news in Yahoo Finance, then you do not want to get into that stock before they complete. So Yahoo Finance gives you the news. We'll come to it next time. That is on Saturday. Today is just a beginner series, but there is one site I want to concentrate on, so that for those who want to start buying shares, you have a way of identifying cheap stocks. So TradeView, just charts, technical analysis. Check the price movement using the linear graph, trades and indicators. Then you identify entry point, exit. Yahoo Finance, you come and confirm now the company data and news. And whether from financials, whether they are making revenue, and also profits, because profits dictates whether they give dividends, and also if they do expansions, and also in the latest news that may affect stock price. Because the worst thing you can do is get to a share, then the price drops. So using Yahoo Finance, you can get all that. Now the other site, let me first go to stock analysis. I'll come to Finviz. Stock analysis, it helps you do simple fundamental analysis. It is the most simple site for researching. It gives you valuation metrics, easy to read financials. You don't need to go to NVIDIA website, start downloading their financials, start analyzing even PE ratio and the rest. They are done for you. Let's go to that site, stockanalysis.com. I'll share the link. Then on Saturday next week, I will show you how now to combine these sites. Where is this chart? You can save those links. You may need them at one point when you are doing your investment. Let me stop sharing. Let me share the site screen. That is stockanalysis.com. Let me share entire screen, that if there is any pop-up screen you can see. Again, they have a mobile app which you can download on your mobile. Don't create any account unless you want to do customized watch list. That's why me I've created the account, because I usually use it to create watch list and add holdings so that I can track like Nvidia, Safaricom. You can use it both for local and international markets to manage your holdings, including profit and loss. That's why I like this site. Again, let me repeat. You can use it. Remember the broker at NSE, they are giving you portfolio valuation. You can come and add it at the holdings. Yes, you only need to search a company here, BAT, Kenya. It is here. It is just added. Then you can come and edit the number of shares you own, maybe 1,000. You may want your average price. The price is there on your portfolio valuation. Net is, say, it's 560. It will just fetch the current price and give you valuation. Remember, it's fetching the current price. You have your average price from your portfolio valuation. It gives you even the profit and loss. And you can do so many. If you do dividend, it will give you the dividends. Like for BAT, you can see 70. That is the 10 and the 60. It gives you even the amount that you receive. That is, if you create a pro account, you can even see more detailed, including the amount that you receive. And there are fields that you can add. It gives you ex dividend date. That is the one day before that day you need to have shares. Ex dividend date, then you don't qualify. Then the date that you receive the dividend. That is the simple nature of this site. So you can use it for even NSE. If you have shares in international market, let's say I have Coca-Cola KO. In NASDAQ, let me see if I can get the one for NASDAQ. Yeah, this one. I can add it. The only thing I may need to go, that is the dividend. I can come to holdings and add the shares I have. Let's say I have 20 shares. And my average price, because I've been buying one share, two shares, maybe the price is around let's say, for argument's sake, 100. It gives me a valuation, whether I'm in profit or loss. With just stockanalysis.com, it means I can manage my NSE shares in global markets in one screen. I only need to go to my broker if I'm using Interactive Broker, pull my portfolio, come and feed it here. If I'm using Scope, the same thing. That's why I like stockanalysis.com. But for you to do this, the watch list, you need to create a free account. Free account. Use your Google. That's it. Don't use the pro account. Unless you want to see historical. There are people who have been asking, can I see historical dividends? With pro account, you can see the historical data. You can even track your own portfolio, the performance year to date over a period of time, so that you know when to add and when to exit. Forecast, if there is any recommendation by analysts. I'm talking about a portfolio here. We have not gone to stock analysis to go through the fields. I'm talking if you have shares, you can use the forecast to see if I own Coca-Cola, they are saying it's a strong buy. I can go back and buy more. Nvidia is a strong buy. I can go back and buy more, then come and add. I only need to come to holdings, edit the new number of shares. Let's say I've bought 2,000 or 200 shares. My average cost, maybe it is 180. And it will just give me this, it will calculate for me. And I can even create notes here. Why am I creating notes? Remember, as I said, NSE, your beneficiaries will always know whether you have shares. Because at one point, they will see those dividend checks or payment in your bank account if you are not there. That is NSE shares. What about global markets? unless they see your emails. They will never know whether you had shares or not. But now if you create an account with stockanalysis.com, once they have access to your account, they can tell which shares you had. So it's not just to manage your stocks under one platform, but you can use it even to pass over to your children. You only need to show your trusted partner. That is, it could be your spouse, it could be your child. You only need to show them how to log into these sites, so that when you are not there, they know where to go. Like now in the notes, I can put here NVIDIA. I'm trading with who? They may be Interactive Broker. I can even save my username and password there, then save that note. It is there. Somebody coming to this, they can see. And you can add so many other, you can change these screens. Huh? Earnings, you can tell. But now, NSE, and I think this is something NSE needs to improve on, they limit their data such that even on some sites like this one, you should be able to do a lot using NSE data, so that you are comparing your international global markets, stocks and commodities with even NSE in one platform. Huh? Fundamental analysis, you can do it from here for your own portfolio. You can even tell whether the companies you're investing in are making profits or loss, including NSE themselves. Huh? EPS, it is there. EPS growth, free cash flow. And these are just the screens I've added. You can always add more. Now, at the Pro account, that's where now you can add other screens, other options. But when you create the account first time, they give you, I think, a free trial. So we come back to general. So that is using stockanalysis.com for portfolio management. You can manage everything. Let's see whether you can get silver. It is here. It is an ETF. You can add it. It has the prices. If you come to holdings, you add how many units of silver you have, maybe 2. At what average price? Let's say around 50. And you can tell whether you are in profit or loss. I'm not sure whether we can get anything on Forex. Gold. Yeah, gold is there. You can add. Again, add the units you have, the number of shares. Let's say you have 20 units. Your average price maybe could be around 30. And from there now you can track everything. Do they give dividend? You can always tell. Among your products, which gives dividend, which doesn't give dividend. I know you may be wondering, let me add one for NSE, another one, which doesn't give dividend, like which one? Britam. Britam NSE, it is here. Let's say I have how many units? 1,000 of Britam. At what price? Maybe I bought it around 9. This is just example. These are data I'm reading from my portfolio valuation. Yeah? The shares I have, an average price. It will calculate everything. If you go to dividend, you can tell which shares among your portfolio, which ones are giving dividend and which are not giving. Because you can see at the column for dividend per share. As I said, now if you look at international markets, this is in dollars. You have to convert in Kenya shillings. Huh? Otherwise, it might give you wrong figures. You only need to come and change your currency here. Kenya shillings. Let me get cash. It is here. Then I can convert all these now into Kenya shillings quickly. And that's why you have notes, so that you also note at the end whether it is in Kenya shillings or not. Huh? So that is one purpose of stockanalysis.com. But this requires you have a free account where you can manage all your assets in one screen. Now the other one is IPOs. Let's start at the top, stocks. You can see all the stocks in the market. Huh? This is for NSE. I can change here from country Kenya to maybe US. United States. It will then populate all stocks trading at various US markets. I can arrange through dividend to see which stocks are giving dividend, which have high dividend yield, just by arranging these columns. And you can see there are those that give high dividends, but again, the price may also be high. So from here, you can decide if you are going for dividends. You can use the dividend tab. You can even see the analysts. Like if I click on one stock, you can tell what analysts are talking about that stock. Is it a good buy or not? If you scroll at the bottom, you can see just a summary. What are analysts saying? What is the price target? So you can compare the price target against the current price. You see whether you make the gains. So that is on the stock screen. I don't want to go into details of these because it will take some time. There are also other options for stocks. Let's go to IPOs. You can get the IPOs that are coming into various international stocks, like recent IPOs, which companies have just listed, because now those gives you opportunities. Here they are. You just need to identify which stock do you want based on the price, and also remember there are analyst opinions. You can also use that to gauge whether it is a stock you want to get into, because it's a stock that I've just listed. After some time, it may go up. We'll come to this next Saturday so that we know how to identify stocks that I've just listed and they're in good sector. Like now, there is a PayPal. This is PayPal, not PayPal. Let me see if we can get one. Let me see. Let's use the same one. PayPal. Where is it? This one. You just click on it. It will give you even performance of that stock. 1 day, 5 days. You see if the price is going up, so that you determine, do you want to buy this stock? Maybe for future. And I believe there should be forecasts where you can see analyst rating. And you can see whether it is a strong buy, whether they're recommending a buy or a sell. Like this one at 19.9, their target price is around 22. You gain with $3, but usually they don't give a time frame. Then ETFs. Let's go to ETF screener. This is stockanalysis.com. I've not moved out of stockanalysis.com. Let's take VOO so that we see how now these ETFs are created. Let me search VOO. Or SPY, this one, Vanguard. You go to holdings. So this is the price of ETF. You can see the performance. As you can see, the price fluctuation for ETFs is not that huge compared to shares. That's why I said they are a bit safe. Price fluctuation is within the same range. Now, if you got to holdings, now you have the stocks that are within the makeup, the sector allocation, how each sector is allocated. Now below that, when you buy 1 unit of VOO, you are buying, said, 500 top US stocks. Here you have top 25, Nvidia, Apple. So when you buy it's a 1 unit of VOO, you are buying Nvidia 7.3%, a unit of 7.3, Apple 6.3, all the way down. And all stocks are listed, 518 stocks. So when you buy 1 VOO unit, you are buying 518 stocks at once, with each based on its allocation. So that is ETFs. You can also see news, but for news, I wouldn't advise you use stockanalysis.com. Confirm from Yahoo Finance. And there are also other tools including charts, But for charts, I would advise you use stockanalysis.com. So not stockanalysis.com, tradeview.com. So news, Yahoo Finance. In terms of technical analysis, I would advise use tradeview.com. It has detailed screens. However, stockanalysis.com, it can help you manage your different stocks, both international markets and local. You just create an account, you go to watch list, you can add now your stocks here. You just add them at the holdings and you're able to track how your portfolios are performing. You only need to note which market each is trading so that you know the currency. Otherwise, you may need to convert before you add. But if you can put a note so that like NSE BAT, I can see here it's Kenya shillings. Then gold here, I can say it is dollar. So that when even me, I'm referencing, I know the cost here is not in Kenya shillings, it is in dollars. You can use it now to get stocks which are coming into the market through IPOs, stocks which have been removed, the ones which are upcoming. I think the other IPO calendar, you can see the stocks that will come in. At that point, you can position yourself early enough. So you won't go into details of this because of time. We will do this next time. Let's go back to, because that's a very good site that you can use to analyze your holdings. So that is stockanalysis.com. Now there is a one that I want to dwell on, Finviz. This helps you find undervalued stocks only in international markets, not NSE. NSE, they limit their data, and I think that is a limitation they need maybe to rethink, because investors may be losing a lot outside there. Finviz, you only need to filter stocks either with low PE ratios, high dividend yields, growth metrics, and others, and you can be able now to filter from the list that you get which stocks can you buy. So then, how do you use these sites? You start with Finviz. Identify cheap stocks that you want to buy. If you are looking for undervalued stocks. Then after that, you come to stockanalysis.com. You confirm, is this stock being listed or it has been there in the market? What are analysts saying? If it is a strong buy, what is their recommendation? Then you go to Yahoo Finance. Check any news, negative or positive, on that company. Then finally go to tradeview.com, identify your entry price and exit price. Remember, exit you can get from stockanalysis.com from analysts. That is their target price. But you don't want to peg yourself on target price. You want to use TradeView. Identify the highest price, the lowest resistance. That is, for each stock, there is a price where it never goes above that price. You identify, why does it not go above that price? The lowest, why does it not fall below that price? Is it a good stock to buy? Then after that, you head over now to your brokerage account and start buying shares. Let's do a practical, how to identify undervalued stocks using Finviz. And hopefully I'm not giving you a lot. Finviz. So let me share that link. Then we'll just do a quick walkthrough. Then hopefully by next week you have opened accounts and maybe you are ready to trade either with Interactive Broker or Scope Markets. Then we can do this practically. So that is the link. Let's first go through the process of identifying cheap stocks. So the first thing you look for, low price against strong fundamentals. So the key indicators of undervalued stocks, first of all, low PE ratio. You are comparing that with the industry peers. Then whether the revenue have been consistent. There are companies which report increased revenue this time, the next time reduced, then one time revenue shoots up, and maybe it is just an asset they sold. You may need to see how the revenue have been growing, and also profits, and also strong cash flow. Remember, dividends are paid from cash flow. Also, innovations are paid from free cash flow. Then, if the companies have been paying dividend or not. So using Finviz, you can filter undervalued stocks, or undervalued also are low PE stocks, price to earning ratio stocks. Then there are also other filters that you can use. So the steps, you just open finviz.com. I've posted the link there on the chat. So you filter with price to earnings. You set a PE maybe any stock less than 15. That is the PE ratio. So a stock that is cheaper than relative to its earnings. Then you also filter with price to book ratio. That is companies that are trading below their book value. Because these now are undervalued stocks. As I said in NSE works different. Now, in international markets, you have companies which are trading below their book value. That is the value of the company as it stands. The price in the market is lower than that. That's what is called undervalued stocks. Then, and you don't need to calculate anything. Today, we are not calculating anything. For NSE, we'll do all these ratios maybe next training. Then, dividend yield greater than 2%, because you need stocks that can give you returns. So that is a step in terms of filtering. A good example, you can take PE, any stock that's within PE ratio of 12, maybe price to book ratio of 1.2, and dividend yield maybe 2.5%. Any stock within that, you can decide, let me buy that. But before you buy, remember you have to go to stockanalysis.com. Then you go to Yahoo Finance, then finally to always add with tradeview.com. And there are also other filters that you can use. Let's go straight to the site. Let me share the screen. I'm just sharing the screen. For those who are following up, you just pick the link from the chat. So that's how it looks like. It is intimidating, but you don't need all these screens. These are just market data. You only need to click on screener. Let me zoom in. On the menu, there is the screener. Here, you can click screener. And you have the filters that we need. Also on the same, you can see there is portfolio where you can create an account, again manage your portfolio, but we won't go through Finviz. So you can use either stockanalysis.com or Finviz to manage your portfolio. You can start either by filtering with exchange. We don't need to limit ourselves. What we'll be looking for, let's go to fundamentals. We are looking for PE. So what we are saying, anything, you can use any filter, but for now let's use, let's go to presentation. I want to use the example in the presentation. Anything less than 15. Then we have a price to book ratio. Let me see, 1.5. I hope you can see the screen. So PEG, then there is a price to book. It is here at the head. Here we are looking for anything below 1.5, so we can pick row under 2. Then the other filter is dividend yield. I won't use all the filters, but you can use all of them if you want. Dividend yield. Hopefully the screen doesn't keep on changing the filters on your end. Dividend yield. Yeah, the technical. It's a descriptive dividend yield. You'd want anything above, let's say, 2%. Then at the bottom, as you filter, it keeps on adjusting, and you have some stocks down there. Then the next thing you need to do is maybe arrange with the country, because you may want maybe to filter. You can even filter here with the country. Let's just go to country. Sorry. Ooh. Let me report again 2%, then fundamental, P, then P ratio less than 15. Then we need to filter with the country, just to pick US. Let me pick market, maybe New York or NASDAQ. It will just filter for me some stocks down there. Using this list, I can come now and start analyzing each stock at a time. Maybe I need a sector. Let me see where the sector is. It is here. Maybe I want tech stocks. And you have a small group you can work with. You only need to check the industry it is in, which country. Then you start now analyzing, now using the other sites to check what each company does. Like if you are to pick the first one, you just go to stockanalysis.com, see the details, even the industry they are in, what they do. Then you go to Yahoo Finance, check if there is any news that is affecting, whether it is a new company that's coming in. Then go to TradeView, see how it has been performing before you make decision. So I believe now you have seen where you can get cheap stocks. Let's see whether I think AI is at the technology. Don't think it is on its own. Yeah, AI is at the tech stocks. Let's see if move that. Let's go to New York. Again, we have around 2. If we do everything, then you have several stocks you can work with. That is at the technology. Let's go to healthcare. Again, you have a small number. There is one here called Cigna, CI. You can click on it and then, but again, always try to avoid candlestick. Use line graph. Always change to line, so because it's easier to track. And you can see even if it's trading below its book value, then the price is around 262. So before you even buy, you also check your finances. Are you able to buy that stock? That is on daily. That is 1 day. You can change that to intraday, but that requires a pro account. Don't try to create a pro account. You can see weekly, but I would prefer monthly, so that you can see the historical performance. You check the highest price it has ever traded, which year, and the lowest. Like now it is 262. 2024 it was around 350. If you are to buy this stock and hold, then one unit you can make $100. So you only need to go now to Yahoo Finance, check why there is this decline in that company, so that you don't buy into a company and maybe it has its own financial issues. So I believe now you have seen how to identify cheap stocks. We will do this practically. These are beginner series. I don't want to scare you with some of those sites. So you have all the links on the chart. So Finviz is a site that you can use to get undervalued stocks, but this is for global markets, not NSE. I don't think you can do NSE. Let me see whether you can do NSE at all. Maybe NSE at one time they may need to rethink and give us maybe some of this data they give it out. I don't think you can do for NSE, it's limited. Let me see if I can search with that ticker. Eskom. NSE, it's not there. Hopefully they can rethink in future, they start giving some of this data outside. You have seen you don't even need an analyst from a broker. Everything is there on stockanalysis.com. If you go to Finviz, you're able to filter the stocks. If you go to Yahoo Finance, get the news. Then TradeView, it's not a must use TradeView unless you want to do technical analysis. But you'll come to all these next Saturday. So that is Finviz. So as a summary, you can review chart trades using tradeview.com for entry points, because that one is a bit more technical. You can be able to tell the easiest price you can get with based on the graphs, and also if you are able to interpret those candlesticks. Then come to Yahoo Finance, company fundamentals. Then you build your watch list now with tradeview.com, not tradeview, stockanalysis.com. And if you're looking now to filter for undervalued stocks, that's where Finviz comes in. Finviz purely identifying undervalued stocks. Also, if you want to see like performance of Akina Nvidia, use Finviz. So now, before investing, there are a few things you need to look for in any stocks, both the NSE and international market. First, the financial health, that is the revenue growth. How has the company been generating their revenue? Is it growing or declining? Profit margins. Are they making profits? Are they making losses? How much of the profit do they retain after maybe they have expanded, or if they have given dividends? Also their debt level, because again you don't want to get into a company that has so much debt. Then company strength in terms of the brand, its competitive advantage. What do they do against their peers? Then the industry they are in, is it growing? Is it expanding? Like now, tech stocks, everybody these days we are using phones and laptops. You can work from home. You need online jobs. It means tech stocks will be expanding. AI. Everybody now, I think, is using ChatGPT and other AI platforms. Twitter, it has its own AI. So any stock that is in AI, of course, that's future growth. Energy, the same. Then news, earning reports. That I think we saw in one of the sites. New products, are they innovating? If a company is bringing in new products, then you expect demand to come in, revenue growth, profits, again, prices going up because of demand. Then it's market trade. Then, very important, valuation of each stock. That you can do with Finviz, where you identify whether a stock is overpriced or undervalued. You don't want to buy a stock that is already overpriced in international market. As I said, international markets works differently from NSE. NSE is purely demand and supply that pushes the price. International markets, even company performance may affect its own pricing in the market. You don't want to buy a stock that is already overpriced based on its book value. You do want to buy the stocks which are undervalued and which have a future, because then you need to also do detailed analysis before you put your money into any stock. Remember, we said you are getting into the market to make money through either capital gains or dividends. Now we come to the trading platforms. We'll start with the Interactive Broker. Let me see whether what time it is. 11:41. So we can open account with Interactive Broker. Then I'll show you how to open with Scope Markets. If you get approved, then the next step is funding and trading. So Interactive Broker, first of all, is a platform that will allow you to trade stocks, ETFs, options, futures, and Forex globally. So you can buy all the assets from Interactive Brokers. You have access to US, European, and other markets. And they also have low trading fees because they are not connecting to another broker to execute your trade. They are connecting directly to all these exchanges. Scope Markets Kenya, as I said, connects through Scope Prime. Scope Prime now connects to all those markets. So you may find the costs are different. Always look at rate card. For Scope Markets, they call it rate card. First get that before you buy. Why? In US and Canada markets, they don't charge percentage. They charge cents per share. The higher the number of shares, the higher the cost. Because if you're buying 10,000 units, you multiply by 80 cents. So you're multiplying like with $0.8, you pay around 8,000. $10,000, you pay 8,000 as commission. You don't want to get into such trades. However, they are giving you access to the market through M-Pesa and easily. But then what about the cost? So those are the things you need to check. Check their rate card. The rate card I'm talking about could be different. I think I saw it somewhere. You can check on their website how much they charge. But next Saturday you check. Go through that rate card properly, understand it. Read, is it commission based or cents per share? Also for Interactive Broker, I think the cost is standard is percentage. And the reason is they pay for data that you're using to buy shares. They pay to connect to the exchange. Where do they get money to pay that? They recover it from you. So for Scope Markets, unless you're buying small units of shares, if they are high priced against small units, then it might be expensive. That is the truth. So for those who have been asking, I think now you know why I have not been so much into local providers. Scope Market is the cheapest in Kenya, but when you are buying small units, if you want to buy more units than what can be charged by Scope Markets, go to Interactive Brokers. And don't be right by any broker that it's commission free. You pay it through price. They call it price spreads, where the price in the market is not the price you are seeing in the platform. Data could be delayed by 15 minutes. You never know. You don't have a platform to confirm. Or do you have access to NSE data? Yeah, NSE from NASDAQ. The NSE of NASDAQ. For those who are new, ideally, does NASDAQ display its real-time prices? New York Exchange, do they display their real-time prices? Are you able to compare that with what the broker is giving you? Time difference. Remember, you're accessing from Kenya, the exchange is outside. Also lag in the internet. So the price you see there, always be very cautious. That's why I prefer Interactive Broker, even if they're expensive in terms of transfer, because you have to pay Swift. They give you the real prices, real time. They don't recover it from your costs at all. So the first step is to open account. You verify your identity. You fund the account. You can fund from Kenya shillings to their USD account or from your USD to their USD account. So you don't need to have a USD account to invest in Interactive Broker. Using your Kenya Shillings account, you can transfer from your bank to their bank. I think their bank is Citibank. Huh? However, you can also have another either USD or Euro, whichever account you have, and transfer to their USD account. You only need to confirm with your bank SWIFT charges and if there is any conversion charges and at what rate. Then once you open account, you have added simple search for the stock, place the order. You can place limit where you put a price, market where you don't put a price. You also have an option to put stop loss and take profit. I would advise, I will not even go through them. If you're dealing with physical shares, forget about those terminologies. Shares you can never lose in full. So why put a stop loss? Price will go down and rebound. Remember, stop loss is an order you're saying. If price goes below and I'm at a certain loss, execute my order automatically. You're actually realizing that loss. Never use stop loss. Take profit, don't put it. Unless you are putting it as a very high price so that when the share reaches that price, it executes the trade immediately and you get the credit in your account. But again, you might sell too early. Never use stop loss at all. Take profit. If let's say you are buying Nvidia at 170, you can put a take profit at $250 because there you have gained the $70. Remember, this is a stock that is volatile. When it hits 250, automatically sells, you get your money. But don't put stop loss. We are not in Forex and we are not in CFDs. Then always monitor your portfolio performance. I've shown you, you can use stockanalysis.com. Very simple interface. However, even Finviz have that capability. I've never used it. I usually use stockanalysis.com. So let's go to Interactive Brokers. We open account. I show you the process of opening account. Hopefully I have an email I can use. Let me see, because I've already used let me see which one. I can use this one. Just want to pick my email address. Where is this manage account? Then I log into my Gmail. I'm just logging into my Gmail so that it is easier to get the codes without having to swap in between gmail.com. Well, I already have an account. Hopefully it allows me. Let me see if there is another email I've not used. We are going through the whole process so that for those who are new, you can create account later. Let me see if I can use another one. I'm looking for an email that I don't have to log in gmail.com. I already have an account, so for me, I may not be able to go through the whole process, but I'll show you step by step, then explain what you need to do. See? This one. I'm just checking an email I've never used in training. Okay, I can use this one. I don't think I've ever used it. So let me share that screen and close this. So let's start with the requirements, because that's where most people fail. To open an account with an Interactive Broker, first of all, you need proof of your identity, which is either your ID or passport. ID or passport. Then you need proof of where you reside. I don't want to use that word because I saw it is it's making my account. They are flagging it in YouTube, but basically your address, where you reside in. You need proof of that. You can either use bank statement, which shows you where you reside. The bank, if it captures the address that you put in Interactive Broker. If not that, you can use KRA PIN. It has your details where you reside, but make sure the date, certificate date, you edit. You can edit that with a PDF editor. Change the date to the current. It should not be more than 6 months old. So, and we know KRA, when you download it, you give you the date that you open the account. So edit, put it to the current, or you can get your bank to write a letter to you showing your address, or you can go to any government office, they write for you a letter. If you have utility bill, you can use that, anything that can show you your address, and it has to be legally binding, a legally binding document. So that's what you use. Let me see. I don't want to share my certificate pin because it's making the videos flagged, but if you have a KRA pin, you know how it looks like. Can you have your videos transcribed? Okay, I'll do that. Don't worry. So I've shared that link. So I want us to go to Interactive Brokers. Again, let me share the link. But when I transcribe, it means Google will know I'm sharing my address. That is a downside of transcribing. I'll try and find a way around it. So that is the link for Interactive Brokers. Hopefully I've shared the right screen. Let me reshare again. Let me stop sharing. I share again to be sure. And again, these videos will always be available on my YouTube channel. So now once you got into Interactive Broker, the first thing is to click open account. It will take you to the screen where you are supposed to fill in your details. The first thing on the left side, you have the type. Either as an individual where you give in your details, or you can open as an institution. Institution could be a company. It could also be like a chama, as long as it is a registered chama, because you have to prove existence of that organization. So as chamas, if it is a registered, you can register. If it is a company, you can register. Also provide the details of authorized persons, how you'll be funding, and also tax details. As an individual is where you open as yourself. You give your contact details, income data, and trading experience. I know this is where there is usually a problem, and also your funding details. So I'll create a username. Let me give my email address. I use, let me see if I can pull this off. Let me stop sharing. Let me share again. I don't want to share my email. So I've pulled the email off. Let me see. Yeah, it is separate from that. Let me go here. I want to pull this email address. Manage. I'm just copying my email address. But I will also receive a code. They usually said code. See if I can copy it. I'm just copying my email address. So I come and paste it here. I'm just creating a new account. Username, I can just use the first part of the email. Once it is ticked in green, it means it is available. Then for the password, For now, let me see if I can, am I able to, I wanted it to create one for me, but I can still create. So hide, let me see. Okay. So let me not, just putting the password. And then country where you are in. You could be in Kenya or outside, but I would prefer, even if you're working from outside, just leave the country as Kenya. Then you click create account. It's a simple process. We just go through it in a few minutes. Let me just save that. So I need to confirm my email. So I need to go to my email address. Let me just go to my email address. There is an email that will come with you confirm your details. Let me add this to that presentation. Where is this? I want to drag the email so that you can see the email that you receive. I want to do everything practically. Let me add it here. So you receive an email that looks like this. Confirm your details. You just click on confirm. And that's it. Email is confirmed. I can close my email. I don't need it again. If you go here, you'll find that pop-up have gone. The notification. So here I'm opening as an individual. However, you can open an account shared with somebody else. Joint account like the way we do NSE. Where your account you're opening joint, maybe with your wife, with your child. I wouldn't advise with a friend or relative. You can open a trust account and the rest, like in a business account. But for me and you right now, we are using individual account. You scroll down and start application. So you wait for it to load the next screen. Here you give your personal details. I can quickly fill in Mr. Let me just give my name, Mugo. I'm just interchanging my names so that it just looks. Address 1, I don't need PO box. This is where you need to be very, very careful. The details that you give here must appear in the documents I talked about. So first download your PIN. If you're using PIN, check the way the fields are filled. Fill exactly the way they are. Like if yours reads Nairobi, maybe Nairobi West, you come and type Nairobi, then city, you type Nairobi. If, because I address trying to, let's see whether it will request, then province, you can use the same county. Make sure all these appears in that document, the way they are. Then zip code. I think even KRA has that part for zip code. That is your PO box. There is somewhere it has a zip code and just a number. I can use just 0100. So you put the number that is there. Make sure these details appear in that document. Otherwise, it will be declined and you have to edit that document again. So make sure they appear. If they don't appear, there is nothing that stops you from editing. Then leave the others the way they are. Don't tick them. Then you put mobile, just leave it. Country, then the number you are using. However, if you are accessing from outside the country, then change the location. Then put the number you are using, because they have to send you a PIN, a mobile PIN on your as an SMS. Let me see if my number will go through. 233847775. I've already used it. And if you have other numbers, you can add. Then date of birth, exactly as it is in your ID. For here, let me just use some dummy data. Then date, maybe 12, year 1980. I'm just using dummy data. Marital status, it is you to choose. Number of dependents, it's you to choose depending on who you have. Then tax residency, if you're in Kenya, you know your PIN certificate. I'll just use some data there. Then you can leave it. I have a tax identification number. Then you come to identity. Whatever you use here, you must have a copy because these you have to upload. So we have the address and you have identification. Again, country of issuance, the document type. If you have a driver license, it has to show your full names. If it is ID, it has to show your full names. If it is passport, it has to show the full names as you put in up here. The way you put your names here, they must appear the same way. So don't make a mistake. Otherwise, it will be rejected. So you have put there, then the number of ID. I can just put, I'm just using the numbers. If it has an expiry date, if it is a passport, click yes and put details. If the ID is the new generation and it has expiry, put the details. Now, very important, employment. Even if you're employed, don't try to put you're employed because it will request for additional details of your employment, which you have again to get a letter to prove. Just put self-employed. Let me see, self-employed. Again, it will ask, now you see the details that it requests. For me, I usually prefer to use unemployed because it doesn't request anything. But then, if you put unemployed, here don't make a mistake of putting income from employment. Because when you're submitting it, you ask you to come back here. Either you provide the details of employment here, you put employed, then adjust. Just put unemployed, then here you can put interest and property. Even if you are not getting from them, just to make sure the application goes through. Then account information, just leave it as USD, don't change. Security question, these are questions that you use to recover your account. What city? You can just give Nairobi. Make sure it's right details. Here I'm just giving dummy details. In which you are married. Even if you are not married, you can pick that question. Then maybe I can give Udhiru. Udhiru, how is it right written? Udhiru. Then, but that's not where I am. I'm in Eastrads. City you never visited, maybe I can call it Westrads. Then once you complete, take a screenshot and save, because this is what you use to recover your account. After that, you click continue. Hopefully I'm not too fast, but the video will be there anyway. Then I've done another one, and I uploaded full video for the training last weekend, but the one for the short video is on TikTok. Right now I should be getting an SMS on my phone. Let me see if it has come. Hopefully it doesn't take some time. Yeah, it has come in. So if you give the correct details, you should receive an SMS. Let me just pick it. It's a very simple process. If you follow everything to the letter, you get your account by Monday latest. I don't know whether they work on weekend. I've never tried to open an account for anyone on weekend. 99,793. Then I click submit. I've confirmed my mobile, and I only need now to go through these details, confirm they are fine. Let's wait. So now we come to the regulatory. Very simple, very important. Don't make mistake here. Account type. Don't use margin. Margin, you are trading on credit. This is where they make money from. They give you a credit like you can trade, you just put like $10, but that $10 can allow you to do a trade of $1,000. That difference of $990, trust me, the cost is way high. It is the overnight trading. They are calculating interest. You have to pay. Don't use margin, even if it is the most common. That's why they have put it there. Don't use portfolio margin where you are selling shares you don't have. You have to pay for them. This is, I guess, short selling, shorting the market. Use cash where you deposit money. There is no cost. Then annual income. This is where you also make mistake. Let me share. I think for the pop-ups, I may need to share full screen. Can you hear me? Just confirm you can hear me. There's somebody who says they lost me. Confirm you can hear me. Okay, maybe Grace, you drop, then you join in. Can one get code via email? You have to get on both email and the phone. They have to confirm your email and they have to confirm the phone. That is the beauty of interactive brokers. They have to confirm that the account belongs to you. So you get on both. One to confirm the email, the other one to confirm the phone. Now we are here. Let me go back here. Account type. When it opens like that. Margin, common, most common. Even if they write even with bold blue or green, which says peace, don't even try to use that account margin. Because what they are saying is you can put $10, but buy shares worth $1,000, $990. There is interest to pay until you sell those shares or pay that amount. Don't be tempted. Portfolio margin, don't even try. This is where they are giving you shares which you can sell and trade, but then you have to pay for it. Then we have cash. Use cash, where you deposit, you trade with the money you have. There is no extra cost. Annual net income, don't try to put less than 400. They will reject even before you proceed. Use 4,000. Even if you don't have that, you don't worry. Net worth, you can use 20,000 to 50,000. It doesn't play any role, but if you put less than that, they will decline your application. Net liquid, use the same 20 to 50,000. Even if you don't have that, you don't worry. It is to allow your application go through. Then investment objective and trading purposes. First of all, preservation of your capital. You are putting money to get it back and also generate income and also growth. Don't try to use hedging. You are not using hedging, because immediately you put hedging, they know now you are playing with dollar. It's not allowed. Speculation, they know it is risky. And active trading, don't use the first two. Even if you do them in your account, the other two, don't tick them. Trading experience, just give yourself a benefit of doubt, 4 years and above. Number of years, put even 50, even if you have never traded. Knowledge, good knowledge. You want your account to go through. You will run all this as you go on. In terms of options, don't touch that. Untick, I'm interested in trading forecasts. You can remove that. Then we come to regulatory. All these leave as no. I won't go through them, but leave them as no. Here you can just write you've heard about them on Facebook, Tick, or TikTok. It doesn't play any role. Then you click continue. If you pick any other, it may not allow you to move from that screen. Now we come to confirmation of tax residence. You just confirm the details are fine. Then treaty benefit qualification, click I don't have, because Kenya doesn't have. Unless your country has, don't try to tick, because it is not in the list. Then you come to certification, you scroll down, you click you agree on everything. Here you agree. You agree. You go down, you need to sign off. Use the name that is here. This one. The name shown, but now it will be different on your account. Don't use my name. This here. You just copy paste. I believe it allows copy pasting. If it doesn't allow, type it as it is. Peter M with capital letter wherever there is capital letter. They want to know whether it is a bot that is opening. The way it is there. Then click continue. It is account setup. Here don't tick anything, just leave it as it is and click continue. So you allow it to move to the next screen. I'm not adding anything. Now we have the last part. You confirm your details are okay. You have your account code. That account ID, note it somewhere. Also account title, note it somewhere. You can take a screenshot of all this. Just take a screenshot, leave everything as it is, and here you come and agree to the disclosures. Tick everything. The first one, the second one, and agree to all. Then again, our signature as it is, Peter M. Chege. Where there is a capital letter, make sure you put a capital letter. The next thing is just validation of your account. You just give it a few minutes. As we wait for that, oh, I can't move from this screen. I would have taken a few questions as we wait for that to go through. If I move, I have to close this screen. So you click on continue with application. So here is the most important screen. Verification of your account. Don't try to FUD. Let me even hide that quickly. Don't try to use FUD your account. Use verify your ID. Attach your KRA pin here. So you click verify. We start with national identity. So the identification is ID. Make sure all these details appear in your ID number. Click continue. Now here we are doing manual upload. Don't try to use a streamlined verification. Tick on the side of manual, the right side. The right side you can see it. Then you click continue. It will allow you now to upload your ID. It's a very simple process. So here you just select choose. Our ID usually have both sides. Let me pick any document. Let me see which one I can use. Can just use this, but you use the correct form. Then you click upload. If it has both sides, because ID has both sides, you can click contains back and front. Then you attach the second one. I use the same picture. I don't want to use my ID, but you use the correct ID. Then click continue. Hopefully they don't flag my main account. So you give it a few minutes. It has been viewed. They will try to validate online. If it fails, it has failed. Then the next thing is we just give it. We wait for that video to finish. Let me see if I close, whether it takes me to the next step. So submitted successfully. So they will do manual verification. The next thing is to verify my address. So you come, as I said, the document you're submitting must have those. The way they are arranged there. I'm trying to use reduce the words so that YouTube won't flag my video. But whatever is there, Nairobi, and the rest should be in that document. Otherwise, you can edit and upload now your document in PDF. If you have a bank statement, fine. Government issued letter or document, fine. Utility. For me, it's government, KRA. I select my KRA in PDF. Wherever I can just use, let me use this. Upload. Then you can make any comment if you want. Then click submit. Wait for it to go through the same process. If it's not able to verify electronically, it will give you an option to submit manual. You just click close. That document will be sent for approval. You wait for the approval to be done. It takes by the following day. You should have maybe even in a few minutes if it is weekday. I'm not sure how they work. I've never tried to open somebody's account on weekend. Once both of them they are approved, they will be in green. The next thing is wait for the account approval. So if both of them they are ticked green, you only wait for another 1 day to get your account approved. You get an email that tells you your account has been approved. You can log in. From that time now you can start funding and trading. So for that we'll do next Saturday. I will have funded my account, but I will show you how to fund. I also want to see whether Wise we can do the same. I know there has been some issues with Wise. I opened mine a long time. Hopefully it won't allow hopefully it won't allow me because I opened a long time ago. I would want it to work for you, because then if we are able to fund interactive brokers with M-Pesa, then we are sorted. Otherwise, funding is through bank, Swift transfer. But the video is on my TikTok. You just search for my Wealth Guide KE. It is there, full video, including funding. Though I've not done the exact funding process because it depends on your bank. Let's go to the next one. What time is it? It is still a bit early. Scope Markets Kenya. What is the process? Again, this is a local platform for trading global. They are just there in Westlands. They have a digital platform where you can create account, transfer money through mobile money. You go and search whatever you want to buy, place an order, then you start tracking. Let's go to their platform. Again, I will share that link on the chat. Scope Markets Kenya. It's here. They also have an app, if I'm not wrong. As you can see, they are closed. Let me share that link on the chat. There. Very important. You are buying shares. You're not buying CFDs. If you notice at the top, they are saying online forex and CFDs are complex instruments, and they give leverage. Never trade on leverage. So we are not doing CFDs. Here we are opening account to buy shares. So you click on open account. Hopefully it doesn't have pop-ups. Here you just fill in your details. Again, let me give my details, Peter. I still use the same account, email. Let me just use, let me see if I have that email. Let me use this. So pray they don't have country of residence, even if you are from outside the country, leave Kenya. And connect VPN if you are opening from outside. Confirm you can hear me. I think I may have been dropped by network. Just confirm. Okay. I want to create a password. Let me see if it can create for me. Suggest a strong. Use strong. I'm just creating a dummy account. I already have an account with them. The phone number is already in use. Let me 717 563. Let me check my number. I just want to use a different number that can receive SMS. All these are my numbers, but I prefer using the other one that I usually share. So for Scope, it's not immediate approval. Most likely they will call you if there is an issue. That is the beauty of Scope Markets. But remember, they are looking for money. So even if they call you, let's not confuse customer service with business. You might end up paying huge costs. I'm looking for my Safaricom. Let me see if it is this one. I don't know them offered. Okay. 7440 46573. Hopefully even that is not taken. So it has agreed. Don't need to save because I don't need that account. Now I've registered. The next thing is to sign in. Let me try and see. Because after that, now it asks for your personal details. Now you are in. What do you do from here? Before you trade, first I play with the account. You can start by verifying the email. So they will send you a code. Well, which let me see if I can verify quickly. So you already have a dummy account as it is. Let me just verify. You get an email and activate. I don't need to share this because they're only clicking on the link on the email. Share that on the screen. It's taking a while as we wait for that. As you can see, I don't have any funds because I've not even opened a trading account. I can start with a demo account. Let me see if it is verified. Still opening. So if I come here at the trading accounts, I can create a demo or a live. I would advise start with a demo account. Play with the market. Just click on create a demo. Select demo. Let me stop sharing. I share the screen, full screen, so that you can see the pop-up. I need the entire screen. So you get a pop-up. So let me close these. You don't start with creating live account. Start with a demo account. Revisit this demo. They have a platform MT5 for those who have used the MT5. That's why I said scope markets, they connect through a broker. Anyone using MT5, there is a broker behind it. Then account type. You have different accounts. I can start with the Scope Invest. This is for shares. Each have its own function. I would advise you start with all share. All share account allows you to trade even on fractionals. Fractional shares. So when you're opening live account, we will be opening all share account. Then currency, I would prefer using USD. Why? What do I mean with this? If you use Kenya shillings, it means you are trading Kenya shillings. You won't enjoy the conversion of dollars. But either way, they might be converting at the current rate. As usual, try to avoid leverage. 1 to 400, it means $1 can serve a trade of $4,000. Meaning with $1 you can place an order of $400. Remember, this is a loan they are giving you. This is where they make money from. Don't even try. Use 1-to-1. That the money I have is what I will use. 1-to-1. Then just leave the label and create account. It's just that simple. I'm creating a demo account. And I'm in. Account created successfully, and I can use my 10,000 now to trade. I hope now we are together. I have a demo account which I can use to trade. I can even add more. If I click on this account, I should be able now to see the details. I can add another demo account. If you go to platforms, so you have opened a demo account. Using platforms now, you can be able now to start trading. You can get a demo account. It picks the account that you have. Then it will ask you to connect. Connect to the account. As it connects, let's go back to this. If you are using live, you can decide either to download the Meta 5 platform on your phone, on your laptop, or you can use the app. Open live, it opens on the browser. So I can select the second account. It has 10,000 USD. Now I'm logging into the trading portal. Okay, let me use the first one. Let me see. Invalid account. Let me go back. Open demo. I don't want to install the platform. They could be identifying I have an existing account. Oops. Yeah, they're identifying because this is the account I'd used before. I may need to remove this. Oh, I'm connected. I'm logged into the wrong one. Jantasad. I may need to log out of this. Remove. Let me remove. Connect to an account. Enter login. It's because I have another demo account for the main account. It doesn't pick that. Connect. There is no harm of opening a new account here. Let me just open quickly. Numbers 07 17446573. It's a demo account. I don't want to use for demo. Don't want to use leverage, but for this one, let me just create. We just open a demo account quickly. So don't try to open two accounts. They won't allow you to connect. Plus 254. And demo. Leverage. I usually don't prefer using leverage. I don't know why it is not going through, but it's supposed to allow me to log in here. They identifying I have another account. That is the downside of Scope. You can't have two accounts. Hopefully they don't limit the other one. Server not available. Oops. Log into that. Let's see. Server not available. Maybe this we can do next time. But this is the downside of using third-party connection, because now it tells you they are connecting through a third party. Being a weekend, the system may be unavailable. Let me try the last time. Server not available. We can do next time, but I would have loved to show you how you can use it now to trade. It's a very simple platform, but we'll do next time because I already have an account. So in terms of opening a Rive account, you just come to trading account, you click add a Rive account. Now you have moved from demo, you're opening Rive MT5, account type all share, always use all share, trade in USD, leverage 1-to-1, don't try to use any other, then you click create account. So I'll wait for my account to be verified. You need to fill in all these details. I don't want to go into details. You need to fill in verification details, that's personal details, employment, attach the document that will be requested, that is ID and maybe proof of address. Then once you submit, they will do the verification and allow you now to open account. For me, I already have an account with them, but now using a demo account, you can trade. Hopefully we can do this next week. But first start with a demo account. Don't try Rive. First understand how the market works. Then after that, now you can start trading. That is the process of opening Scope Markets. It's a very simple process. Next Saturday, we'll go through now Rive application. After you submit your documents, if there is any issue, they will actually call you. Even after opening a demo account, they will call you. They usually call back just to confirm whether you have issues, guide you on the process. Then after that, I think, let me see if I can show you how to FUD. Let me see if they are able to show that. Scope Markets Kenya. Just confirm they have access to M-Pesa. Let me just log in. In terms of wallet, I think you should be able to deposit. Yeah, you can do through M-Pesa. Let me stop sharing. I share this. You can do via M-Pesa. Which screen is on? So they have bank transfer and M-Pesa. Withdrawals the same. You can withdraw back to either M-Pesa or bank. That's the beauty of Scope. Only that I've never understood whether they are trading on their books, because you don't want again to buy shares within the books, and you can transfer from one account to another if you have another account. So deposits, M-Pesa works, and I think for those who may be limited in terms of transferring to Interactive Broker, you can just complete the process. You just come to verification, fill in all these details, apply for trading account, then from there now we can start funding. I will also check my account because I don't want to log in. It is a live account. I will check whether I'm able, if I have not completed the full process on one of the account, because I have two, we can do it next week. Now we complete the whole process and start buying now from Scope. So you have Scope and you have Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers, you are free to access from anywhere. Scope Markets, use VPN if you are accessing from outside the country. So we come to the last slides, then we go briefly through NSE, we come to Q&A. So as a beginner, always focus on strong, established international companies. Don't try to buy shares for any company because it is just there. Understand what the company does. Do research. I've shown you the sites. Know whether even that company is about to be delisted, so that you don't buy into a company that will be delisted or which will be bought out. And here there are also splits, bonuses, and everything that we learned in NSE. I'll come to that. They have forward split and reverse split. Forward split is where they increase the number of shares. Then they reduce the price. The reverse is the other way. We will do all these next Saturday or Sunday. Also look for stability and dividend. Buy companies which have consistent revenue and they are growing profits. Also, if they are giving dividends. If they don't give dividend, no, you are purely there for capital gains. But as I said, avoid dividends for international markets. Unless a stock gives, don't try to go for dividends unless you put a lot of money. You hardly make money through dividends. Also, for safety, always start with the ETFs if you don't understand the market. But we have gone through the basics, and we'll be going through these basics in details so that you understand international markets properly. Also, start with small amounts, $10. Even I think you can do even with lower than $1 because we will be buying fractional shares. So there are two types of shares. Physical shares, full shares, where you are buying from one share upward. Then there is fractional, 0.1 over share, 0.01 over share. Yes, you can buy that. Come Sunday or Saturday, I'll let you know. You see me placing an order. I wish we can do even when market is open, you see it execute. I will try and see if we can do for international markets. For us to see, we have to do it in the evening. Let me see within the day when we can do it. And again, all these trainings, they will be free. I want you to learn properly, start trading. So if you're an advanced investor, then you can start doing those analyses. You have the sites I've shown you. You don't need any research or to calculate anything. Even for NSE, stockanalysis.com used to have that data. Tradeview.com have that data. Hopefully NSE have not removed. Again, I'll check with their team why it has not been showing some of these details. Also try and look for undervalued stocks. You can do using FinViz. TradeView might be a bit technical, but you can also use it. FinViz have those filters. We saw them. And also check for industry trades. Tech, renewable, AI, e-commerce. And always your good friend now is Yahoo Finance for international news. Just to know what companies are planning to do and whether they have future. What do you need to avoid as a new investor in global? Stop chasing hot foreign stocks. Don't get in the market, you see akina uchumi of there running, then you start chasing them. There you lose money on near time. There is no 10% rule. Don't over concentrate in one country or one sector. Don't just go to Nasdaq alone. Try to diversify. Also, don't ignore currency risks. When currency fluctuates, remember it affects your returns. And it only affects when you're depositing or when withdrawing. In terms of trading, nothing is affected. But if you have a same currency, USD bank account, then you're not affected. Then avoid emotional trading and short-term panic. Nvidia is one stock that can take you to ICU very easily. Forget about the other stocks in NSE, which we see red, then we panic. Nvidia. It opens with 160. You got your portfolio, you bought at 180, you have already lost $20. It starts to go down, you panic and you feel like you can close the app. In the next 2 minutes, it shoots to 200. So when you're getting into international market, always know, prepare yourself psychologically. What you see there can shock you. Don't panic. So if you're used to panicking, I would advise first get used to NSE. You stop panicking. Because international market prices can fluctuate downward quickly. And then in the next minute, they go up past your average price and you're in a profit. But again, international market helps you cool down so that you stop panicking and see when you see red. You have not lost. These are shares. We are not dealing with CFDs and Forex here. It is physical shares, companies listed, which cannot go to zero value, meaning what? You can never lose your money. Secondly, don't try to use stop loss orders. This is not Forex. It is shares. Even if price goes down, leave it, it will come back. Only use, take profit if you want, but again, you can try to avoid. Take profit is where you put high price than your average cost. When it reaches there, it automatically sells. Then you take your profit. But I would try to advise you, try to avoid some of these things. They are there in Forex, but here we are dealing with physical shares. Then don't try to use any leverage or margin at all. We have seen in IBKR where they are telling you about margin. Margin and leverage is the same thing. You go to scope, they are giving you leverage 1 to 400, 1 to 500. They are telling you use $1. You just deposit $1 with us, but we give you an allowance of $500. Remember that is a loan, you have to pay back interest. That's how they make money. They will tell you commission free, but force you to trade with leverage. You have noticed both of them. The default is the highest, where you pay the highest cost. With that, let's go quickly through NSE. Maybe on the chart you can show me. Do we go through NSE or go through Q&A? I'll go with what you say. I can't see anything. I'm not sure whether you can hear me. Are you able to hear me clearly? Because I can't see anything on the chat. We go to NSE. Okay, let's go quickly through NSE. Let me open that presentation. Then we will come to Q&A. We close that. Let me open. Am I sharing? No, cancel. Let me open that presentation. I will just go through quickly so that for those who missed, at least you know what you're getting into when trading at NSE. Because it also helps you understand global markets. Both of them, they kind of relate to each other. So whatever you run in global markets is applicable in NSE. Whatever you run in NSE is applicable in global markets. So it is beginner from beginner to a confident trader once you understand what is NSE. So again, share trading, we said owning a small piece of company where you buy shares, you become part owner. When company makes profit, they share with you. You actually becoming an owner of that company, but with a small portion. When company makes profit, they share that with you as dividend without you selling. You don't have to have a lot of money to invest. International markets with $10 to transfer. Even if you're able to deposit $1, you can buy fractional shares. NSE, you can buy 1 share. I said yesterday, the minimum you need to enter in NSE is 2 shillings to buy Eveready, because that is the cheapest. You only need 2 shillings. So if you ask me how much do I need to get into NSE, I can tell you 2 shillings, because I don't know which share you want to buy. If you want to buy the most expensive gold, you only need 6,500. That caters even for the cost. So it depends on the share that you're buying. You don't need a lot of money. Then for share, think of it like you own a cow. This cow is owned by the whole village. So you own a piece of that cow. If it produces milk, it is shared across with you. That is the simple analogy of shares. A company you own, many of you own a part of it. If it makes profit, it gives you dividend, that milk. You can sell this cow at a profit. You just decide, I don't need to own this cow with the village again. Let me sell to another villager. They come and own together. You sell your portion at profit. That is capital gains. So 2 ways you make money: price growth. Buy low, sell high. Simple. Buy at a lower price, sell high. That you can see in your portfolio valuation. You can see profits. It's you to make decision whether you want to take profit. But if prices are going up, no need to be in a hurry. Dividends, again, company makes profits. It shares with you as a shareholder part of that based on the number of shares. If they say one dividend is 1 shilling, then you multiply by the number of shares you have. Simple. I don't want to go into details because that video is already on YouTube. Then in terms of price movement, prices move because of supply and demand. When you people want to buy more than the sellers, prices go up. If sellers want to sell more than the people who are buying, prices go down. The same thing. If you're going to the market and you want to buy tomatoes, there are many people willing to buy than the sellers. Prices are usually high. If there are more people selling than the people who are buying, then prices will go down. It's the same thing with the market, only that it is protected. ETFs we have seen in the international markets, you are buying basket of many stocks as one. In NSE we have SMWF, which is a makeup of global stocks. Then you have GLD, which is when you buy GLD, you are buying underlying gold, a unit of it, but you don't own it physically. Again, this we have gone through. I don't want to go into details. If you have to compare shares against ETFs, shares is where you own one company. High risks because prices, you are subjected to price volatility for that stock alone, but high reward if price goes up. ETFs, we are owning many companies. Lower risk because the ETF provider have to keep on balancing. Whatever is underperforming, they remove, they bring in another stocks. And they are good for beginners. Then there are key players in NSE. One of them is the broker. Broker is the company that helps you buy and sell shares at NSE. Very simple. You just they open account for you, CDSE. They also open a broker account. They provide the trading platform for you, where you are able to track your account and place orders. Then we have CDSE. CDSE is the bank for shares. They keep shares for you. The shares don't reside with the broker. Broker only helps you to buy. When you buy at NSE, shares are credited in your CDSE account at CDSE. That is a different entity from broker. In NSE, we only have one CDSE. There are not many. So all brokers connect there. One account using your ID number is shared across the brokers. So it will be the same number across all the brokers. So treat CDSE as a bank account for shares, where they know who have the shares and which shares. So they know Peter have Mumia shares, 100 of them. That's what CDSE knows. Then we come to NSE. They provide the main trading system for all the brokers. So all clients connect to one trading platform from NSE. For them, what they know is the price. Each share is trading at what price. They also create the rules such that Peter cannot come and say, I will sell my shares at 1,000 while the share is trading at 10. Or he comes and says, I will buy my share at 0.1 price. That's where they create rules. 10% rule. to avoid market manipulation. They also say Peter should not trade with himself because there is no ownership change. If Peter is buying and he's the one selling to himself, what is he trying to do in the market? So NSE treat it as a supermarket for shares where you get in, you find all shares are listed there. It is you to choose which one do I put in my basket, which one do I not. Then you pay for it in the counter. That is through the broker. Then we have CMA. In every market, there must be a regulator to protect the interest of the investor. So CMA, first of all, they protect the investor. They also ensure fairness. They are the ones who protect the trading rules. They have their own acts that spells what each player needs to do in the market. Contrary to that, then there are penalties. They also regulate brokers and the listed companies. As I said yesterday, if you have any issue with a broker, never go to NSE or CDSE. Go to CMA. If you have an issue with the registrar, they have failed to pay you, first consult with the broker, see the mode you selected for payment. If you confirm it's the correct one, but they have decided not to pay you, or they have decided to pay through another means, just go to CMA. Every player in the market knows CMA. Then there is the listed company. This is the company you are buying shares from. It is listed in the NSE. You go and buy. Then the company have a registrar. This registrar keeps the record of the shareholders. They know who owns the share of the company they manage, how many, the number of shares, when you bought, and when you're entitled for any dividend, bonus, or in the rights issue. So that is the role of the registrar. Then how do all these players connect? So a company comes to NSE lists through IPO or through listing by introduction. I will be doing all these. Once it is listed, it is added in CDSE. So you come to the broker and say, I want to buy shares of this company. The people who bought through IPO, they want to sell some of them. So you buy from them. When you buy, shares in CDSE moves from the person who is buying, who is selling, to the person who is buying. Then on the broker side, because you have already paid, they move from your account through CDSE to the broker who have sold. Then they pay the client who have sold the shares. With that, now CDSE have the correct record of the people who have shares. This record is provided to the registrar of each company so that they know this company, these are the people who have the shares. Then CMA will oversee all that whole process. So treat NSE as the market, company as the product, broker as the middleman, CDSE is the storage, registrar is the record keeper, and CMA as the referee. With just that, you understand the whole market. Simple, clear. Different from international markets. We said there is no CDSE. CDSE is the broker or the custodian. So the process of owning shares, open a CDSE account through the broker. Start with choosing the broker you want to work with. Go to their digital platform, fill in the forms. If they do manual, submit the application, they open account. Once you receive your CDSE number, deposit the money you want to buy shares with. The next thing, once it reflects on your broker account, place the buy order. Broker will send that order to NSE. Then there is somebody else who have submitted their order to sell. You match the price, order executes. Money moves from your account to the person who has sold through CDSE. Then shares at CDSE move from the person selling to your account. That is the simple process. Money in, broker sends the order to the market, shares are credited in your CDSE account. Selling is the other way. CDSE sends the shares to the market, broker trades, then broker will get money from CDSE into your account, then they pay you. I don't want to go into details of this. Let's go to dividends. Dividends are dividend bonuses, splits, and rights issue is either a way of a company rewarding you without selling shares or a way of them raising money from you. We start with dividends. Dividends, company makes profit, they decide to share that with you. You get it straight to your bank or M-Pesa. Their key dates. Announcement day is the day they make announcement. That's when they are releasing results. Then we have book closure is the date you need to have shares to qualify for dividend. The total you have at 3 p.m. Ex-dividend date is the next day after book closure. That day you can sell and you still receive your dividend. If you buy on that day, you don't qualify. So book closure is the date you need to have shares. Ex-dividend date, you can sell and still receive your dividend. But remember, price may fall. But these days we have seen a change. If you buy on ex-dividend date, you are off the records. Then payment day is the day you receive money. Why do you see a change where on book closure, instead, when companies announce instead of prices going up, they are going down. And on ex-dividend date, instead of prices going down, they go up. It is because of something we call capital gains versus yield, dividend yield. You find there are people who are not interested in dividend, they're interested in capital gains. They will sell when company announce a lower dividend. Like now, prices are way too high. So any dividend announced, the returns, if you are to do dividend yield, that's a dividend divided by price times 100, and you compare with your portfolio valuation, the percentage, you realize portfolio percentage is higher than dividend. Those people, they usually sell. That's why you have seen that change, because fund managers, foreigners, they after yield. Remember, fund manager have confirmed they are giving a certain interest to the investors through the equity fund. They have to make sure they are profitable. They will not wait for dividend, which is giving 5%. Well, when they sell the shares, they are getting 100%. They definitely sell. When they offload the shares in the market, they push the prices down. That is a dividend announcement. Then, because we have this thinking that prices will follow next dividend, they come and start buying. Again, instead of prices going down because of demand, price goes up. That is the simple reason why you have seen that change. Bonus shares is when company decides to give free shares as dividend instead of cash. So they give additional share. Like they say, we give 1 share for 1 held. So if you have 1,000, you get another 1,000. But price adjust downward with the same ratio. Why? Because your valuation should not change. Yes, you have been given additional shares, but your valuation should remain the same way. That's why prices go down. But when prices go up, you are in a profit. Share split is different, is price adjustment. Price is divided by a ratio, but shares are multiplied by a ratio because your valuation should not change. Bonus, free shares. Share split, price adjustment. That is the difference. So shares will increase, price reduce, valuation remains the same. Equity Bank have done before. And as I said yesterday, you might start seeing this and bonus. Mostly share split might come back because prices are way too high. There is no other way of dropping the prices unless they crash the market, which NSE can't do. The difference between bonus and split, bonus you're getting additional shares for free. Splits, it's making shares more affordable by lowering the price. Both will increase the share number, lower the valuation. Because the total value doesn't need to change. But what happens after that? Prices will start going up. You have double the shares, meaning you are in a profit. So when you see bonus and split, don't sell your shares. Rights issue is where you as an existing shareholder, a company decides to raise more capital. They decide instead of listing again, giving another IPO, why don't we give the existing shareholder our shares at a lower price than the current price? So you buy at a discount. But then the company is raising more money, either to pay debts or grow the business. You have 2 choices, 3 choices actually. Buy the rights, that is you pay for them at the price that is dictated. Or you decide I will not do anything and ignore, but you lose. Or you can decide to sell your rights. It's called denouncing your rights if they are tradable. You sell them in the market, take money. Somebody else buys at discount, then pays the rights price. How does it affect your investment? Dividend, more cash. Bonus, more shares. Split, price becomes cheaper, but shares increase. Rights, you get a chance to buy more shares at a lower price. So just remember, dividend, you're earning. Bonus, you're getting more shares. Split, price becomes affordable. Rights, you're getting opportunity to buy more at a lower price. So I don't want to go through market depth because it will take some time. Let's go up to there. We take because the rest I think I can go through when we are going through NSE share trading. Let's go to WhatsApp. We got to Q&A, sorry. I'll take the questions that are on the chat. Don't put more. I'll brush through, then I open the microphone. And for those who may drop, if you want to support Kununua Soda, that's the number 0723384775. But I said it is optional. It is optional. Trainings are free. Let's go to Q&A. I'll take questions. Don't put more questions on the chat so that I open the microphone. Let me take a few. Expound on the formula for book to value. I think let's do this next. I plan to do it this coming Saturday on the valuation formulas. Book value per share. I will show you all the formulas you can use to do analysis. And again, in very layman language, so that it becomes easy for you now to analyze. But if you're using stockanalysis.com, you have everything done for you. Can Centum become the Berkshire Hathaway of Kenya? Centum, not really. The sector it is in, it's not doing very well. Maybe I would say Safaricom. Safaricom can easily become, and it will become. Locally, what about HISA? HISA is just a platform connecting through a broker. A platform connecting through a broker. A broker who is connecting through another broker. If they are using Scope Markets. I know they could be using either Scope Markets or Interactive Broker. But they deal with international markets, but they don't give you all shares. That's why I said some of these platforms you could be trading on their books. They have bought the shares at cheap, they are selling to you at high price. So I hope I've answered. It is they are more like an agent, a partnership between them and either Interactive Broker or Scope International. Sometimes when you place the order, this is on HISA, it takes too long to execute. That explains trading in their books. There is a comment there. Wise is not currently working in Kenya. I'll check. But mine I opened a long time ago. I'll try and open a new one and check whether it allows you to FAD. But then if Wise is not working, then you can always go with, if you're using M-Pesa, you can go with Scope. Can I create my own ETF for international stocks in Interactive Brokers app? No, ETFs, they are created by FAD managers or FAD providers like Vanguard. If you go to stockanalysis.com under ETFs, you can see all of them. They are the ones who are mandated to create those ETFs. Then list. It's like a FAD, a special FAD, like Mansa X or the others, where they are curating stocks to buy from. You as the investor, you don't get to know. You only get returns. Now here, instead of them giving you those interests, they list those FADs in the stock market where you trade like shares. So you can't create an ETF. ETF, they are created by ETF providers. Just joined now. I don't think by that time we had started, so you have not missed anything. That time I think we were doing introduction, which again I've repeated the process. Is there a limit to the number of shares you can buy globally? No. Even NSE, there is no limit. It is your money. You can buy as many as you want. It is the money that you hold and your investment horizon. And remember, we have seen stockanalysis.com where you can use it to create your portfolio, both for NSE and global markets. Now, to do that, because I can see there is the next question, I missed the section of stock analysis. Do you advise it's best to create an, yes, create an account, a free account, don't pay, free account, because that now helps you. When you start buying with Interactive Broker, you take your stock, your portfolio feed it in stock analysis. Then take for NSE, feed it in stock analysis. I'm not sure whether it can do boards. I'll check because I've never tried local boards. I know international market it can do. If it can pick the prices for local boards, you can also add your boards there. Now you have one platform that gives you performance your portfolio. You can see profits and losses. You can be deciding there. The shares that are in losses, those are the ones you prioritize adding more. The ones which are in profit, you can decide between NSE and global market, which one do I take profit? If you see global markets, you have made good profits, you can decide to sell them. If it is NSE, you can decide to sell them. If it is for emergency, instead of coming to NSE and now start looking which share to buy, through that watch list where you create your portfolio, you can come and scan quickly which share is in profit. Let me sell this, pay my dues, then I leave the rest there in the market. So it helps you not only analyze stocks, but also manage your portfolio from one platform. Huh? Can we have your videos transcribed? Jarvis, I'm not sure whether let me see if I can allow that. What I usually do, I usually create a blog post for all these videos. I've not done since December because I needed to adjust my trainings from training as a AIB staff to training as an individual. That's what I've been trying to work on so that I don't block anyone and these sessions become interactive and we freely talk. You know, when I'm training as AIB, I'm limited because I have a contract I've signed with them. Huh? But when I'm here, Peter, my wealth guide, KE, there is nothing we can't talk, including about AIB. The other one, I lost your voice. Hopefully, Grace, you can hear me now. Can one get code via email instead of phone? For interactive broker, you have to use both because they have to confirm you are the real person. You have a phone and you have an email. Then what if you don't have a Kenyan line? You can use international line, but make sure you select the country so that it picks the code. You can still do that. What about 1 to 2 leverage for someone who aims to trade? Guy, don't try leverage. Ooh, the cost you pay, the interest you pay. Remember, you'll be putting 1,000. That $1,000 allows you to trade 2,000. That difference of $1,000 is what they charge you interest for the days you hold those shares. What if market goes against you? Remember, you either sell at a loss, and when you sell at a loss, you not be able to pay their margin. You have to fund in again, and that's how you wipe your shares. Huh? So trading on margin, you can wipe your shares completely. Because if you sell at a loss, they first take all those amounts you have sold. Then you pay the difference. You go back to your pocket. Huh? That's how you can wipe your account. That's why CFDs, Forex, and anything on leverage on margin, don't try. Just go for 1-to-1. Only do this if you are pro. You have been in the market and you know how it works. You know you are targeting the right share which will give you profits. Otherwise, don't try. How much is a global market ETF? I think each have its own price. Huh? Let's go through it next Saturday when we are pricing a trade. Each ETF have its own price. They trade like shares. They have different prices. What is the best range of calculating a company PE ratio to know company is undervalued? There are so many factors you take into consideration to know whether company is undervalued. PE ratio, like you saw me, I took around 15 lower. Then for company to be undervalued, you have to consider so many things. A company maybe PE ratio can be lower, but price to book ratio is higher, or its dividend yield is higher. That company is not undervalued. Because even if the price is lower, there is a dividend that is catering for your gains. Remember, you are not valuing company as somebody who is trying to reach that company. You are valuing based on returns. If company is giving you a high dividend yield, even if its PE ratio is low, You are still in gain. That's why you saw on FinViz, I had to use different fields. One of them was price to earning ratio, PE, then price to book ratio. I also used dividend yield. I also selected the sectors because you have to compare. If you want to know companies that are valued, don't compare across the market. Compare with its peers in the same sector. So at evaluation, there is a lot. We'll do it practically because now today I wanted us to open account. Now next Saturday and Sunday we are doing ratios for NSE and also ratios for international stocks. Valuation formulas, let's do next weekend. Why are share prices dropping? I've explained, let me explain again. We have two types of investors at NSE. There are those who are dividend investors. Those ones, they don't care about the prices. Them, they just buy. Now we have somebody who comes in for capital gains. That's somebody who is purely looking for gains, either through price. If a share is giving dividend, they can hold. Now what they check is dividend yield against capital gains. Capital gains, you can get it in your portfolio valuation, where there is a percentage. That is percentage profit or loss. They compare that with the dividend yield. Now, if you look at the most of the shares, prices are way too high. Dividends have not changed significantly. They are still small. So if you are to get the dividend yield, it means it is lower than the profit. If your portfolio is showing 70% profit against a dividend yield of 3%, would you even take dividend? If you are looking for capital gains, short-term trading, no. But if you are looking for long-term, this share will give dividend next year, but one like that. And the share price will keep on adjusting. So that's why for dividend investors, they just buy. For capital gains, like people from fund manager and also some foreigners, them, they compare the two. If the dividend yield is lower, they will not hold on to that share, they sell. And when they sell in bulk. That means they create more supply than demand, pushing the prices down. That's what is happening at NSE because prices are way too high. It has nothing to do with company fundamentals. It is purely dividend yield against profit or loss. What's your take when picking stocks depending on the sector? For example, how many stocks in a banking sector? It also depends on the amount. If you have enough money, I would advise take as many stocks as possible. You diversify because each stock has its own price movement. It also has its own dividend. Only avoid stocks which don't give dividends at NSE. Those ones, they are pure speculation. You don't want to buy when you know the prices are low, you sell high. In terms of stocks you can hold as many as you can. You are diversifying. In case one company is affected, your portfolio is not affected. There is another company that is giving dividend. I've seen in across social media people saying you should have at most 5 stocks. Never do that in NSE. If all stocks are affected, then it means you lose confidence in NSE. Like now, when the market is affected, maybe there is war in Iran and you don't have gold. It means if your stock will fluctuate downward, then you are in a loss unless you add more now to average your cost down. But if you have maybe a gold which price goes up, you can sell and take profit. If you have shares which are giving dividend, even if prices go down, dividends are catering for you until price rebounds back. So buy as many as you can, but don't try to squeeze your amount. If you are investing small amount, go for 2, 3, 4 stocks. First build on them to some good number which gives you dividend. That dividend, use it to buy another stock. You add now the 5th stock using dividend. You have 5 stocks, grow that 5th one using dividend. When it is grown enough, now use the 5 stocks to grow the 6th one. As you also grow the others in small portion, you are using the dividend. So your salary or your investment amount, you are growing, yes, the 5. Then the dividend from the 5, you are buying the 6th one. That way you can grow a very good portfolio. Now is the period for dividend, especially in banks. What's your advice for entering now to take dividend? However, the price fluctuation on ex-dividend date, it's into your profit. But you're not selling. Remember, you're not selling. Even if prices go down, you're not selling. Prices after payment day, prices always they stabilize. They can go up or down. Remember that time the people who sold, they also want to buy. Prices may go up. Again, we have seen a change. You are seeing, because of what I explained earlier, dividend yield. During the period of dividend, prices are going down. Ex-dividend prices are going up. So when prices go down, that is a time to accumulate more. When you're in a good profit, you have a decision to make. Do I sell or do I hold? Only sell if prices are way too high. That's why you need stock. And I wish NSE can return that graph. It's very important. It shows you the historical prices. If stock analysis is not working, try TradeView. See that historical price of NSE shares. If prices are way too high, that time sell. Wait for prices to come down, buy back. Isn't editing a government document illegal? Can get people in trouble, but you're not sending to the government, you are sending to IBKR. You are looking for a way to get in. That is a shortcut. However, use the wrong cut. You can get the bank to write a letter for you. You can get maybe a bank or a government entity to write a letter for you. But you know what will happen? You are not editing. They are only proving the address. Unless now you get a new PIN that is current date. That's the only shortcut you can get to IBKR. Otherwise, you have to get a current that is not more than, is it 3 months or 6 months old? That getting that document, I don't think you can get it anywhere, because banks will write the address they have. You have to come and put that address in IBKR. You're trying to use a backdoor to get into IBKR. Otherwise, if you're not able to get that, or you are those people who feel I don't need to edit that document, then you better go through Scope Markets. When do we expect banks to announce dividends? They have already started. KCB, Equity, StanChart, Stanbic, they have already announced. The rest they are announcing next week. It will go all the way to the end of the month or even towards the April. Sites you can check dividend yield, use stockanalysis.com. Also check Finviz if it has Kenyan stocks, but stockanalysis.com it does all calculation for you. Stockanalysis.com, it is there on the chart. What is the viability of global mutual funds offered by StanChart Bank? Are they good option for entering global investment? But remember here, you are giving StanChart your money. You don't know where they invest. You don't know which stocks they buy. They may give you good returns because for them they usually look for good stocks, and not just the StanChart. Even Mansa X and Avocap. There is also Oakford. All those, most of them they invest in international markets. That's why they are giving you good returns. But you don't dictate which shares they buy. You actually don't even know. You only see the interest coming in. Which counter would you advise to buy between KCB and Equity? I would advise on Equity. KCB, unless you bought earlier and you got the 2 shilling. Was it 2 shilling or 3 shilling that they gave last year? Your dividend yield will be lower. You are just buying 3 shilling. Why would you go for 3 shilling when Equity is giving you 5 shilling dividend? Price is the same. Go for Equity. Again, I said Equity have a habit of making their share accessible to everyone. Now they are expanding to Agora. This is a bank that is growing. Prices will go up. Don't put any other question on the chat because I want to open mic. Is Stanbic a good for intraday? Yes. DTB? Yes and no, because you need a lot of money. Price movement in DTB is within 4-5 shilling, 2 shilling. So before you make money, it may take a while. EABR, yes. StanChart, yes. BAT, SMWF, and gold. Gold is the king of day trading, followed by BAT. Then Standard Stanbic, then EABL, and the rest now follow. Any share trading above 100, and it is making a difference of 4 shilling. But again, NSE, it's unlikely you make money with day trading unless you are combining it with GTD. Unless you are combining with GTD. Hopefully it doesn't misbehave. Right now you can unmute and let's be orderly. For those who want to drop, you can drop. You can buy a soda for those who want. That is the number. If you are stuck anywhere, reach out to my WhatsApp number. It is free. 0723384775. It is free. Any time of the day, reach on WhatsApp 0723384775. You can also call. If I'm not on another call, I will assist. I want you people to invest. 0723384775. You can take it on the chat. I've given the 2 numbers in international format for those outside the country and for those who are in Kenya. That's the number. The floor is open. Just unmute yourself. Ask the question. We have how many minutes? Hey, we have around 40 minutes. I don't know whether we can cover. If we finish early, the better, so that I edit the video and share out. So just unmute and ask the question.
Thank you, Peter, for the good presentation. Okay. My question was intraday trading.
Okay.
You said NSE is not the best for intraday trading. My question is, how about IBKR, those international shares? Is it a good place to do intraday trading? And then my second and last question is on, I know IBKR largely does New York Stock Exchange, but is it possible to tap into European stocks while using IBKR?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. Let me start with the markets they trade in. They trade actually in all markets. It all depends with the account setup. If you're setting account when you're in US, they will only limit you to US. If you're setting your account outside US, they allow you global market or market. So that is the difference. If you are in US and you're setting your account with IBKR, use VPN and connect from Kenya, you'll have access to all markets. The second question, in terms of intraday in global markets, that's where you can make money with global, with intraday. If you have to take share like Nvidia, it fluctuates very quickly. You can buy at 179 and sell the same day at 200 very easily. Compare that with NSE. It's only GRD. NSE, it's only GRD and BAT. And BAT can frustrate you if prices are going down. Unless you bought earlier and you want to sell that day and buy back. So you sell very early in the morning. So for NSE, it is the opposite. Instead of starting with a buy, you start with a sell. You sell at a high price because of the volatility of prices during pre-open. Then after that, you can buy at a low price. That is intraday because you sold and bought the share back. In terms of buying and selling, hey, it is tricky at NSE. Unless you target very early, you make sure you hit high prices low prices. You hit low prices very early in the morning. At the same time, you try and sell at high price, which after market stabilizes, you find share price goes down. Maybe a share that price is going up, you target to buy low, then later you sell at high price. That can work at NSE. However, yeah. Sorry, there's somebody who was asking. So for NSE, unless you buy low and sell high, that would mean the share price is going up. That's the only time you can benefit by buying low, sell high. Otherwise, you have to start with selling. Selling is very easy. You can easily sell at a high price. Then you buy back at a low price. That is intraday because you have sold and bought the same day. then the broker will give you a rebate on one side, the one which has a lower commission. But international markets, that's where money is for day trading. And that means you must have a computer or a phone that you are always in the market, or set up alerts, price alerts. You can do that even at NSE, but even in international market, you can set very good price alerts so that when price hits, you sell. Remember, there is also take profit order. That is like intraday. So if you're buying NVIDIA early in the morning at 170, you can put take profit at 200. If it hits 200 the same day, that is intraday. But we'll do that next weekend. Next question. Any other question?
Oh, sorry, and the markets, IBKR, the markets, they open 24/7, but they are like hours, 9 to 3.
Their market is from 4:30 to 12 p.m. They also have something they call pre-market. Pre-market, there is no active trading. You won't be able to see any execution, but that is between fund managers. Them 4:30 to 12 a.m. at night. 4:30, 12 a.m. at night. That is their timeline. That's why now you combine with NSE. You sleep from 12 to 9:30, you open, you come to NSE all the way to 3. 3, you take a break. 4:30, you get into international market. But NSE, they will also be extending hours from 8 to 5. Hopefully that happens, because then you'll be getting into NSE. As you exit NSE, you're getting into global all the way to midnight. Another question? Just unmute.
Hey, Peter.
I'm fine.
So, since you have both the experience of both Scope Market and Interactive Brokers, for a beginner who is looking so much in terms of costs, the commissions the brokers charge, which one would you advise, and so that at least you would minimize on the commissions they charge, and which has given you the best experience in terms of efficiency? Sorry to mention a name, but you see there are some brokers you find it's not, the platform is not efficient all the time, so there is downtime and it's not that efficient. When you compare Scope and IBKR, which one is more efficient?
Okay, let me start with the efficiency. IBKR is very stable because it is a global. In terms of their system, I have never seen them have a downtime. Even Scope, I've never seen them. In terms of costs, IBKR is only expensive when you are transferring. That is the SWIFT charges. If you are able to confirm, if I am able to confirm the charges on Wise, and if it works, then IBKR will become the best option. In terms of commissions, IBKR, their commissions, they are lower. Scope, I have not seen their rate card. I use the one we use for AIB. There is US and Canada. That is NASDAQ. And in the Canada market, they charge cents per share, which is expensive. Again, behind the scenes, they may have other costs. So for me, the experience I've had, IBKR have been the best. Only that now the SWIFT depends on your bank. There are some which charge 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, depends on the bank. So if you're transferring a lot of money, then IBKR becomes a good option. Because then, even if you're paying the SWIFT, you can recover back. But again, if you're investing long term, you can still recover. So in terms of efficiency and cost, IBKR, only the SWIFT charges. They are the ones which are off, and it is the bank, because they are transferring from Kenya to IBKR. Hopefully I've answered that question. Any other question? Just unmute.
Okay, Peter, good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
Okay, still on the brokers, now that we still have other brokers that depend on another broker, how safe maybe is the situation?
Okay, most of them, they invest.
Question.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, another question now. Given that in terms of global market, there's a capital gain and dividends. And now that the dividends, there's the 30% that you had mentioned, the dollar tax.
Mhm.
Now, dealing with the ETFs, and given that it's a basket of various products, how now will you maybe select now that this is we should be going for the capital gains?
Okay. In terms of the brokers who connect through another broker, they use omnibus account like the way ZD operates. Ideally, you don't own the shares, and basically those brokers are buying then selling into you. So they buy into their books, they sell to you. That's what is happening with most of the brokers, especially the ones who offer few stocks. They give that with a reason because they know those stocks they can buy cheap, sell in their books at a profit. So when you're selecting broker, that's why I went with Scope and IBKR. And Scope, it's because IBKR process is, as you have seen, the approval, you need to do some edits, which most of us may not want to do. And also in terms of transfer, the cost of SWIFT. But if that can be resolved, then IBKR is the best because you are buying from the market. Now, in terms of dividends, you actually don't need to worry about dividends. There is no tax you are paying. It is deducted at the source. So IBKR will deduct the dividend and pay and credit you with the net. There is nothing that happens to your account. The only problem comes in if you are purely dividend investor. Remember, you are targeting to gain through dividend. It means you have to accept one fact. You buy a lot of shares, which is a lot of money to gain with dividend. In terms of ETFs, there are those that give dividend and there are those which don't give dividend. So when you are buying, actually don't even think about the dividend part unless you are getting into stock market purely for dividend. Always for international market, I always say go for capital gains. Buy low. When you are at a profit, just pick it quickly. Then buy another stock. Play with the prices. That way you will gain. So for international markets, dividends, yes, when they come, let them be credited to your account. You can use that small amount to buy a fractional share or a fractional ETF. That is a fraction of it. Hopefully I've answered that question. We don't have any ready who
Yes.
have unmuted. Okay, thank you. Ladies, you can ask a question. And it is a free community. Don't shy away. It's not affiliated with any broker, so ask any question.
Yes, Mr. Peter, good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the sacrifice. My question is, does IBKR have the app?
Yes, they do.
Okay, and then another question is, what about the customer service? In case of anything, how can you reach out to them? Or is it through the email?
It is via the email. You can also call. They usually have their number. And that's why when you're opening account, the security question, make sure you screenshot them and also screenshot your details because they usually ask for that. I've never tried on call. I usually do on email, but highly unlikely you'll have an issue. If it is payment issue, you just send email, they will resolve. They'll actually ask you any document they need or any proof you said, they will sort you out. If it is orders, unless you make a mistake, and an order, if you make a mistake, it means it has executed. There may not be any recourse to that. So unless it is payment, I don't see. If it is account login, just save those security questions so that you don't have to call them. And also write your password somewhere and username.
All right, about NSC, can one transfer the shares from the ZD to another stockbroker? And what is the procedure?
For ZD, unfortunately, no. The way ZD works, Safaricom is the one who have opened account with the broker. So Safaricom have a CDSC account. So at CDSC level is the client you are not known. Then on M-Pesa side, they created a mini register where now we as the people who are opting in our ID numbers are added. We don't have CDSC numbers. It's ID numbers, then we allocated the shares. Now, on the broker side as a client, you have an actual CDSC number. So according to CDSC rules, you can only transfer from a CDSC account which you own to a CDSC account that you still own. You are the beneficial owner without any cost apart from the 200. So from ZD to another broker, no. But broker to broker, yes. It is because of the ownership at the CDSC level. It is the M-Pesa who owns the share, not the client.
All right, thank you. And what about the registration of a CDS account for a group? How can you go about it, especially DIB?
For chamas, there are two ways you can do it. If it is a registered chama, you just open as a company. You just fill in a company account opening form. It's a manual form, and also a CDSC company corporate account opening form. Fill in the details. The signatories they sign. Mostly it is a chairman and maybe treasurer, or depending on how you have structured your chama. If it is not registered, then it is a bit risky because now it is treasurer and chairman to open a joint account. They fill in a manual form for individual and also a manual form for joint account in CDSC. Fill in their details, they sign. So shares are in their name, the two of them. They can easily sell. That's why it is a bit risky. For a registered one, it is at the company. Then you also need to provide minutes authorizing opening of the CDSC account and the signatory. How you be signing? You also provide a bank account. Now for joint, you need to, for unregistered chama, you need to provide a joint account between the treasurer and the chairman. It all depends on how you bank. That account is the same people who will open. For the registered, already you have a company. So I would advise for the registered one, because it is safe. It is a company that is investing. Once you get that account, your CDSC number, you can talk to us. For us, we allow mobile and app and online registration for chamas, so that you have account on access on your app and also online. But one username that is shared. It is you now as a chama. In the minutes, you have to declare that who will manage this account. Who will have password, will have the username. The easiest is the chairman have the username, treasurer have the password. Then somebody else to have password for the email, such that all of them none can sell without the authority. So that's how it works. Hopefully I've answered the question.
You have answered all. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome. Another question, just unmute.
Peter, now for both Scope Market and international brokers, how long does, you see, like AIB, your account sometimes goes dormant if you don't operate for a long time, and now there's a form you usually fill so that it can be reactivated after it has been dormant. For international brokers and Scope, when you open an account now and it stays a little bit inactive, is the process of now reactivating or reactivating the account, is it a long process or how does it go?
Okay, let me start with Scope Market, because those ones I know their dormancy. If you don't trade with the account for 6 months, they actually send you an email reminding you to trade. They may also tell you they might close the account, but before they close, they give you the option to trade. Only if you don't respond to their emails, that's when they reach out. But I don't think that's more of dormancy. For IBKR, I've had my account for quite some time and I've never seen it go dormant. They only monitor inactive accounts for some time. And once your account, if it has not traded for some time and there is no trades, then they mark it as inactive or dormant. You may need, now when you are logging in the second time, let's say you have stayed for 1 year without trading, you may need to update your KYC documents. Then send it again, they review. So basically, what you need to do, the document you are using right now, that's why I said take screenshot of those details, is what you'll be requested when activating. Huh? Make sure you have them, fill in. Once you said it's a 1 minute thing, they activate and you continue trading. So for IBKR, it's a simple process. Scope markets, again, they will just ask you to log into the account and maybe make a trade. But again, for international markets, don't go for dividends, because if you are going for dividend, that's when our account becomes inactive, because you buy and wait for dividend. Make sure you are logging in once in a while, check your account. You can try to play around with screens so that they see there is an activity. When you're in a profit, you can decide to sell, buy another stock. Question?
Hi.
Hello?
Thank you for the session. It has really been enlightening. So I wanted to ask for a Kenyan who is working abroad, since you had earlier on suggested that it's best to put the country as Kenya. And of course, there we have bills, as in documents that prove your proof of address. Do you still use the other country where you're working from, or you can use the Kenyan one and still use the KRA PIN? And what are the pros and cons for both options?
Okay, you have both options where you can use a country as where you reside if you have proof of address. But remember, if you're in US, they will limit you to US stocks. If you're in another country, you may be able to access other stocks outside US. So the only disadvantage is people who are in US, because they won't be able to access stocks within other markets. So if you're in US, I would advise use VPN, use Kenyan KRA PIN to prove the address. If you're in any other country, just be happy to use your country's proof of address. In terms of pros and cons, there's actually no much difference. It's only those people who are in US who are limited to the stocks they can buy. But if you're in US and you're targeting NASDAQ alone, then you don't need to open as a Kenyan. Then when you move back to Kenya, you can actually write to IBKR, they change your country. So even if you're using US, or you have already opened with that country's proof of address, you only need, when you visit Kenya, write an email from Kenya, make sure you're in Kenya, write an email to them, tell them you're in Kenya, they change location. That's it. When you go back to US, you just be connecting through VPN from Kenya, and you're able now to trade in all markets.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
Okay, welcome. Question? We still have time. We have around 15 more minutes.
Hello, Peter.
Afternoon to you.
Hello.
Hello, I can hear you. Proceed.
Thank you for good session. I came later and I'm beginner. Maybe I'm sorry. Has anyone asking this question before I ask it? There is this scenario that you buy a stock, let's say 20, and then you buy for 1,000 shares. Then you get 25. Again, you had 25. Maybe with the time now you get another stock now raises to 30, then come back to. So my question is there any time that you get 20, 30 somewhere in dividend, or the time of you get capital gain? Is there anywhere you get 20 counted and that counted in one that share? I don't know if I'm clear.
Are you asking in terms of buying in different prices? Then all of them, they are aggregated into one average.
Yeah, and this is the one stock, so let's say like Safaricom, then you have 1,000 time you get different prices.
Oh, okay, if I get you, the way the portfolio valuation works, when you buy shares, they are not put separately at you bought Safaricom 1,000 at 10, another one at 20. They are all aggregated together, then you get an average price. The average price is like the cost you have incurred to buy all the shares. Now, when you are selling, you don't select which share based on the price, which share you are selling. The system assumes you are selling what you bought a long time ago. It starts to clear the first stocks you bought coming forward.
Yeah. Now I'm clear now. Thank you.
Yeah. In terms of selling, it doesn't check at you bought this as 10, it is the one you're selling. No, it starts with the shares you bought a long time ago. But there is a proposal we are sending to the developer to see if when you're selling, they can allow to select which price you want to sell. Maybe you bought one at 10, one at 20. Instead of it picking the first one that you bought, it can allow you to pick between the two prices. The one that you bought at a lower price, maybe it's what you want to take profit. You select on it, it is cleared from your portfolio. It's a proposal in the line. Hopefully, once they understand, they can provide that.
Thank you. Now I'm clear. That is my
Okay,
question.
welcome. Any other person? Question? Don't go with the question.
Good afternoon, Peter.
Afternoon to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for what you're doing. My question is for the counters in that you have in NSE now. Do you think the prices are too high? Because I was thinking, and this is a personal question again. I was asking about DTK and equity and KCB. I wanted to merge into one, to sell two and have one. So what can be your advice? And if somebody's for capital gain, do you think the counters are too high now, generally in NSE? Thank you.
Currently, the way the market is operating, shares are still not that too high. Only that if you're comparing between 2024 and now, it looks like share prices are too high. But again, there is still room for those prices going up. Like equity, I've seen there are some valuations that are projecting it going to above 100, including KCB. DTB is one which is a bit shaky because the price is around 150, and I think it has been pushed because of the trainings Didi Nyoro have been doing. Most people have been buying into DTB, pushing the prices up. What may happen next year from now going forward, you might start seeing what I called splits, where the companies try to make their shares affordable. But again, NSE have introduced something new. I think you may have seen it, where now we start trading in dollars. They are called dollar denominated instruments. You may find now some of these stocks may start slowly to convert such that you can trade even in dollars. That means even if the company in Kenya shillings is overvalued, you may have an opportunity now to buy in dollars. So that may make the market more vibrant and make the share prices even go above. For KCB, equity anticipation is that now they are come dividend, prices may go high because those are shares most people buy. But again, if you look at the way foreigners work, then they go for dividend. They compare dividend yield against profits. You have seen the shares prices starting to drop. That is temporary. After some time, the price may start going up, but the upside may be limited. It is too early to project a price above 100 because they have never gone above 100. It might be the first time. And when they hit that price, just be free to sell. That time take profit, maybe go to another stock. But we are yet to see the dollar denominated assets, the effect they will have in the market. Because again, we might even start seeing fractional shares, which will be the best thing in NSE. Fractional means you can buy a small unit of Equity Bank at a lower price. Hopefully that's where NSE is headed. In terms of margin, I wouldn't advise you on selling because prices are still going up. You might exit too early. Just give it some time, see how the dividend plays. You can take the dividend. If prices continue to go up, you wait for it. If it goes above 100, now have an exit point. You say if it goes 120, that time I'm ready to sell.
Sorry, and what about the DTB? Do you think it can go higher, or it's already high according to what Ninoro? I know it was because of Ninoro, that's why it went very high. So what's your projection for that, roughly?
GTB shares, I don't think they have announced their results yet.
Yeah.
Once they announce the results, that's when now we know the price direction. Because again, the dividend yield will be based on the price. So if they give a lower dividend, it means the share will not be attractive for dividend. Most people will start selling, which means the prices may go down. The best thing is wait for the results. Once they are out, if the reaction is the price starts to drop, just put a GTD and sell at a high price, exit the share, move to another one. It will be based on the results, because if they announce a good profit, then it means yield may be higher. People may be interested to buy, pushing the prices further up.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, welcome. Any other question?
Hello. Good afternoon.
Afternoon
Thank
to
you.
you.
Thank you, Peter, for this session. I wanted to ask on the tax, because
Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot of messages for withholding tax, and I wanted to know how to file the taxes, like as an individual, when you're going now into the KRA platform.
Oh, in stock market, there is no tax you file. Dividends in Kenya, they are deducted by registrar. They submit directly. Withholding tax, dividend in international markets is deducted by now IBKR. They pay directly. Now with the changes in KRA, they may require you to declare that, but you don't pay. Now the problem is, we have been receiving different dividends along the time. Do you still add them in the declaration form? What I would advise, let's wait for CASIB, because I know they could be following on that. We see the direction they give the brokers, but don't file. First, don't file. Consult the broker, the position they have received from CASIB. When it comes out, I will also share in the groups so that it benefits everyone. There is no tax to declare. The registrar is the one who is supposed to declare, because they're the ones who are paying. The reason why KRA is doing that, there are so many registrars who, yes, they withhold, they don't pay. They want to get them. But again, when you as the investor declare, then what you do, you have a tax obligation. It means you have declared something you have not paid. So my advice would be, in the new KRA format, don't declare your dividend. If it has to be declared, it is the broker who should be doing it for you. But the broker don't have the records. Again, we will go the same route we had with when they tried to introduce capital gains, where the broker said we don't have KRA pins for the investors. What do we do? It was put aside. So even this, let's leave it to CASIB. CASIB will follow up and give us the direction. Then we will relay that to investors. But for you, don't declare anything. Because once you declare, there is a tax obligation. Remember, the registrar pays with your CDSE number, not your ID number. So that means at KRA level, you will have a tax obligation. For now, don't declare anything. Hopefully that's clear.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. Any other question?
Thank you, Peter, for taking your time. I have a question about the umeme. How do you advise an investor who have shares for umeme, especially knowing that's existed? It was in Uganda. I think they are exiting the market.
Okay, for umeme, there was a proposal they get other markets. Their contract was terminated by Uganda government. And we have seen the government, there is no change of heart, so we don't expect anything to change in terms of umeme. What I would advise, first check the price you bought at. If the price is way too high, you have an option You decide to take losses, then you buy a dividend stock, then you recoup that money with a dividend. However, there is still money they are following up with Uganda government. They will be giving that as dividend when they receive it. It may take a while. When that comes, people will start buying. That time, don't be tempted to buy. You time to sell. The other way, which I wouldn't advise, is buying when the prices are low. Push your costs way low. Then when you are in a profit or a small loss, sell. But then, remember when you are buying, you're adding more costs to you're adding more money to a stock that you never know what will happen. So for that, I would advise you wait. I know there are the people who are coming through ZD, they don't understand the market. They might start buying even umeme, push the prices up. You, when you're in a profit or when you have reduced your losses, just close your eyes, sell, go to a pure dividend stock. You can even put in BAT. Don't even look at the price. Put in BAT, take some dividend like 2-3 years, you have recouped back your money. Now that time, stabilize, and after that, now avoid any stock that may have issues later.
Okay, thank you for the advice.
Welcome. And you're free to ask a question in any language. Don't be restricted to English. If you're comfortable with Kiswahili, Sheng, just ask.
Hello.
Ella?
Thank you for your advice and the training. So I'd like to just a clarification on some of the few things that we've talked about.
Okay.
Number one, about diversification.
Yeah.
I talked about having to diversify as many counters as possible.
Yeah.
But also as one is diversifying,
yeah,
some of the gains are also lost due to the losses that are incurred.
Okay.
Because you can find out that maybe I have like 10 counters, then 8 have lost, but only 2 have gone up. But
okay,
overall, the portfolio is down.
Okay.
So I just like to a clarification on that before maybe I ask another question.
Oh, okay. In terms of diversification, as I said, it all depends on the amount that you're putting. If you're putting small amounts, don't try to buy a lot of shares. If you're putting huge amounts, then that's time because you can spread your wings. Now, in terms of losses, remember shares prices are not guaranteed. Some stocks will be up today, others will go down. Tomorrow, those which are down, they will go up. When you're diversifying, or if you are buying shares, both NSE and global markets, always try to get at a lower price. If you can use GTD, try a lower price. Why? Because price can move either way. If it goes down, remember your portfolio is in green, in red. That time, you check which shares have been affected a lot and why. If the company fundamentals still stand, buy more of that company. You push your average costs down. Now, when the prices now starts to go up, now it will turn into profit. Now, one advice, when you're getting to stock market, don't expect the prices to always be green. You saw when results for Kenya Pipeline IPO were released, that week, all shares were red. If there was another announcement to come, trust me, the market would have gone even lower. Never panic when your shares are in red. Those shares are telling you, add me more, you lower your average cost. When prices improve, now you'll be in profit. And if a share is giving you dividend, you actually don't even need to worry about the losses. The share will in time recover, as long as you are not buying at the highest. That's why you need stock analysis and TradeView to check the entry prices so that you don't buy when shares are at the highest.
Yeah, and also about also the costs, the charges, because more counters also they eat the your overall because of the charges that of course you are buying different counters, so you are charged more because of also too much diversification.
Okay, in terms of cost, they are not more. You know, cost is dependent on the number of shares than the price. Huh?
Yeah.
So when you are buying, also try to don't buy few shares. Don't buy less than 10 shares unless it is an expensive stock. Because tax, that is a stamp duty, is usually 2 shillings per 10,000 you use. Huh? So when you are diversifying, start with a few stocks like 5. If you have a lot of money, start with 5. If you don't have a lot of money, start with 2. Those 2, let's build the others. Huh? And as you build, think about long term. Dividend is based on number of shares. Capital gains is based on number of shares. Huh? So you don't want to buy small units of each stock, because then it limits your upside both on dividend and also capital gains. Huh? Try to build at least shares. Maybe if you can, 1,000 of each. 1,000. When you reach 1,000, move to another stock. That 1,000, if it is giving you dividend, now use it to build another one. Don't try to spread across all stocks. You end up reducing even your dividend. Remember, even dividend, they are attracting withholding tax, and maybe small such that the registrar may not be able to pay you directly. So even if you are diversifying, try to gauge even the number of shares. Look at the number of shares times the price, see if they can give you good gains. Also, number of shares times dividend. That tells you when to enter another stock.
That's a great advice. Then the last thing. Currently, I'm in the UK, and the dollar is being they're trying to manipulate so that it gains at least it has a high, or it is a more valuable as compared to other metals, because we've seen that especially if we are having such oil hikes, most of the time the price, when the price of oil goes up, the precious metals also, the price also tends to move up.
Okay.
But currently, as you check the market, the dollar is strengthening. Huh?
Yeah.
But we have a very sharp drop in those metals. So for the past 2 weeks, something like silver has dropped about 15%. Then gold also has gone to negative something also. If it's not 16 there, it's something like that. So we are seeing such prices, like the gold was about 5,300 some weeks ago. Right now it's about 4,600. So that's a very deep drop. So it means that metals are losing values, and a dollar is gaining. Of course, it gains because money is needed to buy the dollar is needed to buy the oil, because now the price of oil has really gone up more than 100 per ounce. So I'm feeling like money is moving. That's why even in the NSE we have a red. Most counters are dropping because they are also being affected by the global situation and the conditions that are going on. So do you think that the prices will continue going down as the price of oil still hikes, or what's your view about that?
I think most of the prices could be dropping. You know, most people would want to sell to have liquidity in terms of cash. Huh?
Yeah.
And those who want to buy, they are withholding stocks or watching the market. Huh? So that's what is driving, that is global market. Huh? Now, if you come to NSE, it is the opposite. It's because of the dividends which are being announced by the companies and the prices. Huh? You find the prices are way too high, so the dividend yield is small. The returns on dividend is more compared to selling shares. Huh? As they sell, they put pressure on the prices, they drop. But this is temporary. For global, I know once the war ends and there is free flow of oil, and also people are able to get back to the market, prices will go up. This is actually the best opportunity now to get both NSE and also global markets, and most important, the global markets. NSE maybe before shares close their books, because once they close, you know, most people now who are selling right now to take profits now would want to buy back. They will push the prices up.
But also, I feel like the other reason is we have a movement of money, because right now there is oil is becoming very precious because of the capital gains that is providing. So people are likely to move money from those other counters so that they can also buy the oil because of the hike that is going on.
Yeah, for international markets, I know definitely that will happen. Especially, I think there are some pronouncements that Iran, they are only allowing, I think, Chinese yen and sidelining the dollar. So you may find as the people try now to convert from dollar to yen, that may also move the prices. I believe once the war ends, which I don't think it can go on forever, the market will stabilize. But it also gives us the opportunity now to get into the market at lower prices for the products that then you can sell at high price and get your capital gains.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome. Any other question?
Yes, Mr. Peter, a quick one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the one who had asked about the opening a CDS account for a group. So I wanted to ask whether, as an individual, can you transfer the shares to the group? Are the shares transfer?
They are transferable as a gift, but you have to prove prove the relationship between you and the group. For transfer in form of gifts, we always advise it be between relatives, because that one you can easily prove. For shares from an individual to group, I don't think CDSC would be very comfortable. It's possible, but it is a lengthy process. I would advise instead of doing that, you just buy from the market.
Okay. Even the members themselves?
Yeah, even member from a member, as long as there is no close relationship, it's a bit difficult. Because, you know, for relationship, you can prove with birth certificate or even parents, sharing parents, or even any relationship through marriage. But now for members, it is friendship. You see now, proving a friendship is very hard to CDSC. And remember, CDSC, they are not there to confirm this. It is the broker. So CDSC may not have that visibility. They may not eventually decline that process.
All right, but you said the process of opening is online. Can be done online for a group for the group.
Through manual forms, we can send you via email. You fill in, then you send via email. For us, we allow that. You don't need to come physically. We can send via email.
All right, sure.
Any other question? Oh, there's a question from somebody who is saying they can't be able to unmute. What is your take for NCBA buyout? Is it a good stock to buy now and take profit of 107 that Nedbank is paying? I think there is still information that is not out. Let me actually handle this, because I also handled it yesterday. NCBA, when the first rumor came out, it was Standard Bank buying Nedbank. Standard Bank, I think it's from outside the country. They were buying NCBA. That rumor then changed in between. Now it is Nedbank buying NCBA. But then Standard Bank is buying Nedbank. So the current information that is there is Standard Bank is buying shares in Nedbank. Then Nedbank is buying 65% of shares in NCBA. My question is, who owns NCBA? We already know who owns it. We used to have a CBA which bought NIC to form NCBA. I think Kenyatta family owns majority of the shares, and I believe they could be the one now selling part of their shares. And those of us who own the shares who want to sell are also included in that. They can sell to Nedbank. Then there is a portion, because they are not able to convert some shares into Nedbank. I think those are which are less than 200. They said they will pay at a price of around 105 for each share. What that means is, when that rumor is confirmed by the regulator, there is a possibility this price can go above 100. Because people will try to buy, because the information is still not out there. People will think that Nedbank is buying them out, so they will buy shares, push the prices up. Now, if you hold shares at NCBA, don't sell them. You wait for that announcement from CMA. As the information trickles in, you will get a clear picture of what is happening. But ideally, 65% will be owned by Nedbank, 35% by the public. But remember, in the listing rules, it says if a company is owned more than 50% by a single entity, they trigger mandatory takeover. That is, they buy out everybody. I'm very sure Nedbank would try to avoid that unless they want to own NCBA in full. Which means what? If they buy out everybody. Again, this is subject to CMA approval, Competition Authority of Kenya approval, CBK approval, because those are banks. I believe if they do other products, the regulator within those products have to go ahead, which may take a while. But again, the other question is, and this is just pure speculation, I just want to throw a question out there. Could Kenyatta family be owning Nedbank shares in a way, or even Standard Bank? Could they be the one buying from outside? Remember, Didinyoro said we have Kenyans who also trade as foreigners. Could that be the scenario we are seeing here? That's why don't sell too quickly. You just wait for prices to go up, take your profits as and when necessary. When they announce their results, they may be giving dividend. You take the dividend. Wait for official communication, because this is just a rumor which have not been confirmed. Once it is confirmed and it is out there, the regulator gives go ahead. You now have the opportunity either to take capital gains or still continue holding on to those shares. Why? Now it will be like Standard Bank or Stanbic, which is owned from outside, and you see their prices, how they perform and their dividend. So you would expect even NCBA to continue performing. I wouldn't advise you to sell a share, then you lose on the big cake. Hopefully, Mary, I've answered the question. Any other question? Or we call it a day?
Afternoon, Peter.
Afternoon to you.
Thank you for the sessions.
Okay,
Mine
welcome.
is on IBK area.
Yeah.
When you factor in if you're using bank, when you factor in the charges of the bank when you're transferring to IBKR, does it really make sense when you're buying fractional shares?
Fractional shares, no, because in terms of gain, because let's say you are buying NVIDIA, it is at 170, you are buying at 0.1, so you are buying $17.
Yeah.
If it goes to 200, it means again your gain is around $2. $2, if you convert, you're actually not even paying the bank charges.
Yeah.
So for IBKR, I would advise when you're going for physical shares, full shares, and maybe you're transferring huge amounts.
Yeah.
Because that way it makes sense depending on the bank you are in. But I'm also checking Wise. I'm very sure Wise can work in a way. I'll check.
I tried installing Wise. There's a time I had Wise, but I had an American address.
Oh, okay.
Of proof of address that has your names and the address. So when I tried to transfer it to Kenya, they are not allowing funding. They can't allow you to operate with it with Wise. So I don't know how to go
Okay.
about it.
Now I get your
Yeah.
scenario. You, it's different from the people who are opening right now. If you're opening
Okay.
directly from Kenya, that one will work. If you head with
Okay.
another country and you are transferring, then you need to talk to WISE. They transfer the country of your residence.
I did
The
that.
easiest, they declined.
I know they transferred it, but they were saying that Kenya is not among the countries that they allow transactions. Like you're not able to fund the account. They gave a list of the countries that they allow, but Kenya was not part of it. And actually, when I was joining WISE, that's the reason why I used a different address.
Yeah.
Was because of that, because they could not allow. So I had someone open for me with their details.
Okay, maybe yours is because you had opened earlier on a different country. Because mine, I'm able, but I also believe you can do deposit of WISE from PayPal.
Okay.
If that is possible, you can transfer money from M-Pesa to PayPal using Global Pay, then from PayPal to WISE.
Like you use PayPal to WISE.
You transfer from your M-Pesa using M-Pesa Global, you can fund your PayPal account. If you have a PayPal account, and if you don't have, you can easily open. Then from PayPal, you can transfer into WISE. You know that now that doesn't depend on the country, but I know you can transfer from PayPal to WISE and back. If that can work, then that's another route. You only need to factor out the cost, which will be minimal.
Okay, then.
All these days,
But can you check if WISE will work?
All these processes, you always find there is a way you can work around and bypass the bank. Either if you're opening WISE afresh, that one I know it can allow. If you're converting WISE from another country, they may limit you, but then you can use PayPal. You transfer money from M-Pesa to PayPal, then from PayPal to WISE, then WISE to IBKR.
Okay. I think I'll try opening a new account, I think.
Okay. I will also check
on your
mine.
end, kindly try and then you let me know, yeah?
Yeah, I will try next week. I want to try and transfer. I see the cost that is incurred so that I can also advise on the group on the process so that everybody now have different ways they can fund.
Yeah. But I was seeing it's quite cheap because they were charging it's less than 200 pop to transact like $10. Was it $10?
Hey, then that will be a game changer.
And their rate is very good because it's 129. 229, and then they charge, I don't remember, but it was not above 200 shillings.
Then that will be a game changer for us.
Yeah, it's very nice. But now I think that's where the problem is coming in.
Okay. I'll check then. I'll advise on the group, on the WhatsApp group.
All right, thank you. Another one on Scope, when I try to open the demo, it goes straight to Forex. On the demo account.
On the demo account, there's a way you can select shares. Did you select margin? Because margin is the one I know can take you to Forex.
No, I did not. It was no, I did not.
You opened today or you opened
the leverage of one? The account I opened earlier, but on the demo I just opened when you were teaching how to open.
There's a way you can add products. Maybe what we can do, you can on my WhatsApp you can send a screenshot.
Okay.
I know there is a way you can add the specific product that you want.
Okay then. All right.
And again, if you have a MT5, you download MT5, you can be able to add the stocks. You can use a Meta 5 if you have ever used it.
Yeah, I'm not so.
Yeah, that one I know you can add.
Okay then. I think I'll try that.
I'll also be training you on it, so don't worry.
Okay. All right then. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question? I think with that we can call it a day. If you have additional questions, you can put on our any of the groups. I've left the link for the new WhatsApp group. If you're in the other group, don't join that group. You can ask there. We go through it. Then tomorrow 3 p.m. we'll be doing boards. opening account at CBK. I will give the details. I will propose we do 3 to around 4:30 because boards, I don't think there is much we can cover. Then if you have any question, especially for those who also bought the EABR and Safaricom Green Notes, I'll also take you on the process of selling for those who may want to sell. And for those who may want to even buy more, how you can do it. So we'll do tomorrow. Then I will organize now training for the other products. Saturday, Sunday, if you're available, evenings, and also during the day, weekdays for NSE, just to do now the practice so that you get comfortable buying shares on your own. With that, if you allow me, let's call it a day. Thank you so much and have a lovely weekend. And remember to reach out on WhatsApp. I'm always available. Thank you, and let's meet the next one.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
Welcome, welcome.